Okay.
Please let's mute our mic. Good day, everyone. I'm here. Yes. Today we'll be talking about US visa interview. My name is Akim Nafiu, currently an admission officer here in the United States, North Carolina, to be precise. The name of the school is Carolina University. I'm not here today to talk about Carolina University, so relax. I'm here today just to talk about US visa interview, questions and answer, preparation towards your visa interview. I'm trying to look for who is actually not on mute. Please, Zoom user, I don't know your name, kindly mute. This is kind of a distraction. So, as I was saying, we are live on YouTube, we are live on Instagram, and we are live here. And I'm actually recording. For those that ask questions, I can record this session. Well, you can go ahead and record it. As I said, this is my own willingness way to assist and to give back to society and to give back to my joy is to see almost, let me even say everyone here in the United States so that we can all form like a team, or we are all from Africa, we are from Nigeria, and we are one. So it's actually something that interests me more. So it's not an advert. So you go ahead, feel free to record it. You have my permission. And for the purpose of plagiarism, I am not an expert in visa interview. I mean, visa questions and answers. This is just based on my experience and based on people's advice, people's experience and my personal experience too. So feel free to record. So our agenda today is strictly 6 or 7, although we might change later on. But the first one is we're going to be talking about the general overview about US visa. What is US visa? How do you even get to this visa interview section? What are the steps? I mean, what are the steps to get to, US visa interview section? The only difference between F1 and F2, or let me say F1/F2, then B1, B2, it's only the process, how you get to that visa stage. Anyone can apply for US visa interview. Trust me, you can pick and go online and schedule a visa interview section. A visa interview and pay your 160 USD visa fee, and boom, you go for your visa interview. Anyone can do that, especially for B1, B2. B1, B2 is a category of visa that has to do with visiting visa. So if you are visiting visa, if you are visiting your family member or as a tourist, you can apply for B1, B2. Well, you have some criteria to meet to be able to be eligible for B1, B2. Maybe if you have what's it called? An invite from someone in the United States, it's actually work. But if you don't have, you can come in here for conference. Yes, you can come in here for conference as well. So it's something that anyone, as I said, can pick and apply. But for student visa, we are here today to talk about US visa interview. So for a category of student visa. So my bad if I didn't put student visa section there, but it's almost the kind of questions you'll be asked. It's almost the same questions like why are you going to the United States? Who is your sponsor? All these are very similar questions. So it's something that it's my bad if I didn't put F1/F2 on, I'm very sure, Instagram. I didn't put it there. So so today we're talking about F1, F2 visa interview. So like I said, so the first one we'll be talking about the general overview about US visa. And two, we'll be talking about visa interview documents. What are the documents? Don't forget, I'm talking about F1, F2. I know most of you will be asking, wondering what is F1, what is F2. We'll get to that. I'll be able to explain in depth about that. After that, we'll move to, after that, we'll move to 1 minute, please. I want to share my screen so that we'll be able to see some of the things I'm talking about. So what are the documents? What are the documents to take along with you when you're going for your visa interview? And what happened after visa is approved, which I'm very sure is different from, like, it's how it happened to Carolina University might be different from other universities. So what they take after visa is approved it might be different. For instance, in my school, you have to pay a 50% initial deposit before you are able to before you are able to cross the border at the point of entry. So they will not allow you to come in if you don't pay your 50%. So some schools, until you get to their school before you can actually pay for your fees. Either way, I'm very sure one thing is very important, which is the visa. So and the last will actually is going to be a visa interview presentation, which I mean my own presentation, how I feel. If you're being asked some questions, how you're going to answer it. Then we'll move to the question and answer. Then after that, whoever is ready for presentation, for me to at least drill this person, can signify. But I'm very sure I'll be calling on 2 to 3 people. Innocent, I'll be calling on you because I'm very sure. Alana Muzubar, I'll be calling on you. Victoria, I'll be calling on you because I'm very sure. Then MJ as well, I'll be calling on you. I know most people that their visa interview, or let me say, their school resumption is summer. For those that don't know the difference between summer, spring, and fall. Spring is actually January. Summer is May, June, while fall is August. Might be different in other states, but as far as I know, that has actually been the spring, different between the spring, summer. Currently, my school is not processing for summer because it's too close. We are only processing those that have submitted their application before now. I'm talking about Carolina University. But definitely, if you're coming in for fall, which is August resumption, yes, the application is still on, and the application process is very, very easy. So let's go to the general overview about US visa. What do we mean by What do I mean by general overview of US visa? The first point is this. In as much as you're planning to leave your country to come to the United States, in particular, to study abroad. Yes, I always ask, or let me say, I always tell people, why are you even traveling? Why can't you do your MBA in why can't you do your MBA in Nigeria, Ghana, or like in your country? Let me put it that way. Why have you decided to leave your country to study abroad? I know if I throw the question out, a lot of you have one or two things to say. Oh, the education system is fine. Yeah, we're hoping should be better. Quality services, yes, we hope it will be better. I'm very sure that the number one reason that we want to jackpot, let me put it that way, is actually for better life. Every one of us, we are just looking for easy routes, which people consider their schooling happens to be easy routes. There are some other routes. Employment also is a route. Immigration, IRCC, I'm talking about Canada this time around, is also a route. And that's why I always advise people to always have one or two options. Don't just focus yourself mostly on United States. UK is there, Canada is there, Switzerland, and I'm very sure of Sweden. I know that application for Sweden is actually off right now, but by October 16, the application will be on. If you're also interested in Sweden, you can talk to me about it. I tend to know much about it because one good thing about me is that almost all the countries I feel one can navigate, I've actually submitted my application and I have my admissions there. As a matter of fact, I'm planning on China as well now. So I love academics. I've always been an academician, so interests differ. So back to my question, why we are all decided to study abroad. So I know most of you have questions, you have answers to that, but I'm not going to ask you that question. But the most important thing is finance. Yes, I didn't know that. Finance. The cost of schooling outside your country, or let me say coming to the United States, is actually, as an international student, is actually expensive. Do you want to talk about cost of submitting your application right from the start, application process? You do different kind of evaluations, and the next you're going to do is visa processing stage. When you submit visa processing stage, you tend to look at yourself in the mirror. Oh, boom. The visa interview time has come. And boom, you have your visa. I've picked a friend of mine last year, August. And I went to pick the person at Charlotte. Is it Charlotte or Raleigh? I've forgotten. And all of a sudden, while I was helping him and the family to put bags in the truck, my car, he just stopped all of a sudden and just called me by my nickname. I'm in the US. As in, am I sure I'm in the US? So it happened like that. It happened like that. So it can also happen to you, which I believe, I pray, I wish, I hope it's come true. So how do we get to this US visa interview? So if you're planning to leave your country to study abroad, the type of visa you will need is F1 visa. How does this visa looks like? It will be pasted in your passport, inside your passport, international passport, with the name of the school you are going. What does that mean? It means that the school is actually your sole sponsor. What do I mean by your sole sponsor? The school has 101% over you. If peradventure you're able to get your visa, you're landing in the United States, and for some reason you decided not to go to the school or you decided not to continue, if the school actually reports, not even, I'm very sure of ICE, the ICE, we call them ICE. Yeah? The ICE are the people that, they are officers that will just stop you even on your way going, hey, identify yourself. They will show you your ID card, and if you cannot identify yourself, I'm very sure from there, you go back to your country. So by the time they're able to audit, oh, what's the situation of this person? Because each and every international student has what we call service number. We have a service number. It will be given to you immediately. You have, in fact, it's on your I-20, and you are mandated to register the I-20. So that is the service fee you pay at $350, but the total will be $359.99. So that's like 360 USD. So you are meant to register. Immediately you register that, trust me, you are in the system. Your service number is in the system. It's different from what we call social security number. Both work together. But as an international student, you have your service number. So that service number is very, very important.
Welcome.
So by the time you register that, you'll be able to be in the system. And you'll be able to go ahead and apply for your visa interview. So the stage is very short. One, you go to Google and you search schools you prefer in the United States. You reach out to the school. I'm trying to explain how do you get to the visa interview stage. I've explained what is the US visa for you. And the type of visa is F1. F2, on the other hand, is known as dependent. Let's assume you want to come with your family. The type of visa they're going to give your family is called F2. Same way, the name of the school will be pasted on your visa, even if it is F2, meaning that the school controls all, let me say, the school is actually the one supporter of financing or the reason why you're in the United States. So if peradventure you cut out of the school has the right to write immigration office or immigration house or report your case to Department of Homeland Security, the service center, and they revoke your service, and boom, yeah, you can still be in the United States. But trust me, you is more or less like you'll be sneaking, because once you've been casted, you are out of the system. So I always advise international students mostly to have it at the back of their mind that system is changing right now in the United States. Gone are those days that people use US visa to come into the United States and stay. Right now, the situation of things has changed. So if you're thinking of using school to come in, trust me, and you're like, oh, I just want to, when I get to the school, I'll be sorting myself. Please discard that. Plan yourself. And that is why I started with my sentence that studying abroad is actually very expensive. So by the time you have your visa, have it at the back of your mind that when you get to that school, even if you're going to go out there to at least add to what you have, you should be able to drop something more tangible. You should be able to drop something, a month that you know that, oh, for some couple of months, the school won't disturb you. And that's good thing about the United States. They are very flexible when it comes to matter of international students, and a lot of advantage for international students. If you want to enter the bus, anything in the United States, always ask for, oh, excuse me, don't you have a student discount? There's always like 15 to 30% of discount. If it is train, if it is Yeah, if you're planning to travel by train, you want to enter store, you want to buy anything, always ask for student discounts. There's always student discounts. So there are a lot of advantages. So that is why they are very strict to F1/F2 visa. It's in fact, I myself, I'm always scared of F1 visa because a lot of restrictions and a lot of benefit and a lot of tendency to change status. So they always make sure that no, whatever it's in that, whatever it's in the process stays in the process. And this is America. You hardly find it easy. Let me put it that way, to cheat on the system. So which means that you can't even cheat on the system. So their system is working. Left alone with me, I always debated among my friends that the only difference between home and here is actually because here their system is working. Home, our system is working, but it is slow. Let me put it that way. I know most of you want to debate that, so which is slow. So basically, that's the main reason why people are planning to leave the country for betterment. I won't use the word japa, but for betterment. So after you Google and you look at the schools you want to submit your application to, and you submitted your application to the school, they will ask for some documentation, of course, which of course you must have fulfilled. They will issue you, they will give you the visa, admissions. So immediately your admission is out, they will ask you to provide proof of fund that you have the money in your account or your sponsor's account. And the next will be trying to get you an I-20. An I-20. Let me try to look for how I-20 looks like so that I can share one to you. I'm trying to, if I can't find one, maybe next time. This I-20 is actually a document that shows everything about you. What do I mean by everything about you? It's in stages. The first one is biodata. That means everything about you. So immediately your I-20 is issued to you. Check the biodata. If everything is intact, with your I-20. So if you have your I-20, the second part of the I-20 is actually the finances. Yes, the I-20 is also going to show when you're expected to be in the United States and when your class section is going to start. So the third column also is going to be the finances. What do I mean by the finances? It's divided into two. The first one is actually the left side. The left side is actually for is actually for the school cost of attendance, what you are expected as a student to be in your accounts. So it should be there, actually. That will be on the left-hand side. If you're looking at it like this, it will be by the left-hand side. Whoever has I-20, which you can check, the I-20 by the left side is going to be the cost of what the school and the United States immigration is expecting to see in your accounts. Meaning the tuition, please, as you join, mute. Meaning the tuition, meaning the tuition, the cost of attendance, maybe there's living expenses. Now, the living expenses on that path happens to be if you're coming with your dependents. So for some schools, might be 5,000 USD, might be 2,000 USD. For Carolina University is actually 4,000 per dependent. So if you're coming with 6 dependent, that would be 4 multiplied by 6. That is the cost of living there. The second one will be maybe there's other expenses. So that's the left section where you are seeing your tuition fee. So the right side, I mean, the opposite side of it is actually your own finances, where you're going to see personal fund, meaning personal funding, sponsor. Then if you have work study, then scholarship. So, and scholarship. So that is the section. So it is very good when you are submitting your bank statement to have enough of money, not too much actually. And the affidavit you are going to provide should be, let's say, it's confidential document. So because the live section, I can be sharing that kind of document out. But the affidavit you're going to provide, let's say it is being customized for you to have maybe $28,000 on your in your bank statement. So which means that the $28,000 that you're supposed to have is actually there in your bank statement. So the affidavit, there's a particular section that is going to state that kindly state how much you are willing to give or you are willing to support the applicant. So in that stage, you can actually put more than 28,000. So what you are technically telling the VO there, let's say maybe by the time your I-20 is out and the VO is seeing excess, you are number one trying to convince the VO that when you're talking about finances, you can see, in as much as we all know that they are going to see it, you can see that, yes, I have excess. So let's first talk about single applicant that doesn't have dependent. Let's say after tuition, living expenses, 15,500, because the living expenses includes accommodation, 15,500, and that actually covers the accommodation. So let's say everything amounted to $30,000 for the school. So from the right hand side, which happens to be student money, where you're going to see study, scholarship, personal funding, or sponsor. So if one is going to see that, let's say you have personal funding of 5,000, you have scholarship of 5,000, that's 10,000. You have work study of 5,000, that's 15,000. Then your sponsor, now if you minus 15 from 30, that means you have 15,000. Let's say your sponsor has that $15,000 in their account, but your sponsor is willing to give more. So the sponsor can actually indicate that, oh, you asked me to, if the sponsor can actually drop 15,000, but I have more than 15, at that point, I can drop 20,000. So the addition of all those columns will amount to $35,000. So which means you have excess compared to the 30,000 that the school and the United States is actually asking for. So which is another, or let me say, added advantage. When the VO sees your I-20, will be like, okay, I can see that this person has enough of funding. So which means if you have enough of funding, the next question will now be, that will be troubling. How am I so sure this person has this money in their accounts? How am I so sure the finances are correct? And that's why they always ask you different type of questions. What do I mean by different type of, like same question, but in different way? For instance, so how do you intend to finance this? It might ask you, how do you intend to finance this? They might ask you, so tell me who is sponsoring you. So they have different ways of asking questions when it comes to matter of funding. When it comes to matter of funding. So I'm going to share my screen right now to just see. I'm very sure I want to make sure details are not showing. Well, it's fine. It's fine. Yes. Since it's not for an advert, but I'm trying to see what I can do here. Okay, cool. I think I can zoom. So, okay, I'm trying to see if I can actually zoom this, but it's not coming up. But that's just actually how the I-20 looks like. It's just to explain, tells more about your finances. It talks more about how much you as a student is having, and if you actually want to continue. So what all this means is that the I-20 is a very important document. Even at, let's say after your visa, you get to the United States, at point of entry, they're going to request for your I-20. So which means that if you are going for your visa interview and you are yet to sign your I-20, please ensure to sign the I-20 right now, or maybe when you feel it is time for you to sign. So you must make sure that the I-20 is signed before you even go for your visa interview. So let's say you get to the United States, you want to apply for driver's license, you need your I-20. You want to apply for insurance, you need your I-20. Although the I-20 that will be given to you when you get to the school will be different. They are going to activate your I-20. By the time they activate your I-20, they will print another I-20 for you. So this new I-20 will state that you are enrolled, but the status or what is going to be showing on your current I-20 you are having is just a normal student. So, but when you get here, it's going to state enrolled. So that's another difference between the I-20 while you are in your home and I-20 while you're here. And even, let's say there's vacation and you needed to go to your country for visiting, you need this I-20 at the same time. So what it means is that the I-20 needs to be active. That is why you cannot fall out of status while you're in the United States. Because your DSO, which we normally call Dean Students of Affairs in your school, the DSO is in charge of international students. So this DSO will ensure that you have all your documents active, intact, and correct before you even leave the country. So they're going to give you a card, an exit card. So this exit card is what you're going to use when you get to the point of exit, and when you are coming into the United States, which a normal student, not now that you're just coming in. So, but when you are coming in as just your visa and your I-20 and some immunization record. So after admission is given, I said it like you proceed and register, submit your bank statements for I-20 to be issued. After I-20 is issued to you, then you can go ahead and complete your application. What do I mean by your visa application? There are two portals for visa application. The first one is DS-160. The second one is the scheduling appointment portal. There are two different portals. The DS-160 portal is actually, I'm very sure. Let me pick someone. Okay, let me pick Mr. Ola. That's where my eye is going. The US Embassy, they don't know who is Mr. Olanila at all. They don't know you, like they don't really know who you are. You see, this DS-160 is actually the form that will spell you out. It's actually the form that will show who you truly are, meaning that this is a form. So whatever you input on your DS-160 must be the same thing you are going to voice out when you get to the embassy. So let's assume that there's a particular section on DS-160 that people always try to they don't understand, which is who is paying for your trip. That particular section, who is paying for your trip, is different from who is sponsoring your program. So let's assume that you're a family person and you're coming with your family, and maybe the proof of fund you use is actually for your wife. Because you use your wife, I'm not saying you cannot use it that way, but the question is who is paying for the trip. Now, the next thing will now be, how do you bring that into action? I mean, how would you bring, if you're being asked who is sponsoring you and who is paying for the trip, you will be the one to defend that. You will be the one to bring that out to the visa officer. You will be the one to make sure that, yes, the visa officer heard you correctly. So when the visa officer asks you who is sponsoring you, you have the right to break it down. You don't have luxury time. Oh, for the purpose of who is paying for the trip, I'll be paying the trip myself because you feel yourself there. But for the purpose of this academics, I mean, my journey, my academic studying in the United States is actually my wife that will be sponsoring me, who is into. Don't allow the VO officer to ask you that particular question before you tell them what the person you're using, the sponsor, you're using the who is sponsoring you does for living before you say it. So immediately you've completed your DS-160, I always advise, don't rush to submit your DS-160. What you need to schedule an appointment is your DS-160 number and your email address and your international passports. Then you pay your visa fee. That is what you need to use to schedule an appointment. So please note, don't schedule an appointment when your I-20 is not out, because you need your service number. Once you submit, you can't change. You have to cancel that appointment. Let's say, peradventure, you've gotten an earlier date and your I-20 is not out and you pick dates. So people always, I have so many mails like that. Oh, please, my visa interview is on the so-so date. Can the school issue my I-20? Can the school issue my I-20? It doesn't work that way. It has process. We don't issue I-20. The service does. And boom, they send it through the school. So that is how it looks like. If the service could not confirm your identity or other things, it's going to be delayed. But the school can actually help to fast track it. So that's why in my school, I'm very sure 14 days, if there is no issue or the other, your I-20 will be out. So immediately you complete your DS-160, I always say it, leave it open, upload your 2x2 pictures, passport photograph with white background. Do not submit. Why do I say you should not submit? In case maybe you are sleeping, or maybe you remember, oh, I didn't add my head to the form. You can actually go back and add your head to the form. Oh, I forgot to drop my pen in the form. You can actually go back and put the form there. Or let's say there is a news that, oh, there's a certain amount the US Embassy is actually looking for your DS-160 that must be present before they can even give you the 100. This person doesn't have the finances. It doesn't have the finance. So if you look at it from that angle, it's something that you will you won't want to jeopardize or you won't want to miss. So you can easily go back. There are some people on some other pages, they will tell you, oh, DS-160, once you submit, you can expedite, you can do this, you can do that. So why giving yourself unnecessary headache? Why you can keep it open? All you need to do, because it has a time when the DS-160 is going to expire, you can log in maybe every week. Just take it as a duty. Just log into your DS-160, change one or two things, change it back, save, exit. You have extended the time frame when the I-20 the DS-160 is going to expire. So you should plan to submit your DS-160 at least whatever you're looking at for the past 1 month, 2 months. You've made the correction, adjustments, and everything. Let's say 2 months to your, I said 2 months, 2 days to your visa interview. I submitted mine on the day of my visa interview. So it's different. What works for A might not work for B, but ensure you at least for, maybe you are this kind of person that always panic, your anxiety will set in. And that comes, I suppose to start with that, you need to come during the visa interview. You need to be open. It's not a do or die affairs. Life doesn't end. Whatever the outcome is, do not give up. Do not give up. That is what I always tell people. So the only thing is, whatever the rejection is, try and remember to play the tape. How did it happen? What did they ask? So that by the time you are reapplying, you will have something to say, or let me say, we'll know, oh, these are the things probably they ask. And another annoying part is that they won't tell you this is exactly what went wrong, why they didn't give you the visa. I'm very sure most of you know that the US visa, it is not 100%. It is not even 80%. They have the highest percentage to deny, reject you. You have less percentage. I'm not trying to scare you, but we should all know that. I'm not an agent, so whoever reaches out to me, that's the number one thing I always tell people. Please know that the visa is not automatic. It's not 100%. So let's say you started from 10%. The 10% is you have admission. The 5% is you have a correct I-20. The next 5% is you register the I-20. You have your service receipt. That doesn't make you 100%. You are increasing your percent. The next percent will increase when you have all the documents. So you have all the documents, you yourself know that, oh, the next will not be your confidence. Am I confident enough? There are some people that they will be asking A, they will be saying B. There are some that they are not acquainted with their I-20. By the time their DS-160 rather, by the time they submit their DS-160, I've seen someone that on the I-20 itself, it was father that was on the sponsor. And on DS-160, same father that is still on DS-160 that is sponsoring. Then when the visa officer asked, this happened within nights, like overnight. They approved they approved a friend visa and just asked. So what they asked, the man was asking me who's sponsoring me. Just tell him, say that my grandfather, and that thing stuck to the lady's head. Boom. Got to the visa. So who's sponsoring you? My stepfather. And the visa officer was asking, are you sure your stepfather is actually the one? By that time, you should have known that, oh, I'm making a mistake. And you're still saying, yes, I'm very sure he's into this, he's into that. That is why you always tell people that it's very easy to coach people, but your confidence and favor, which happens to be the next thing I'm going to say, favor should follow you on your visa interview. I pray for that. So it is not 100%. So like I said, you submit your DS-160 and you schedule an appointment. Then you submit your DS-160. So by the time you submit, you're scheduling an appointment. You pick a date. Don't be scared whatever date you pick. Let's say you're able to get January 2024 and your school resumption is in summer. There are various ways whereby you can get your visa. I will discuss just two. The first one is actually through expedite. The United States, that's why I said F1 visa is different from B1, B2. So F1, F2, which is dependent, and F1 is the main applicant, while F2 is a dependent. So the dependent is actually, the principal applicant rather has the right to apply for expedite date. and it is always 60 days to your resumption. So let's assume the school resumes some May 8th. Yeah, people do some calculations. Oh, April 8th to May 8th, that's 30 days. March 8th to April 8th. And March 8th to April, that's 2 months. So that's 60 days. So actually 60 days. Have you forgotten that probably there are holidays? Have you forgotten weekends? So if they tell you days, they're talking about working days. And most of people will send message to me, oh, it is time for us to apply for emergency date. Because I know the anxiety, I'm very sure I am good at calming people down. Even if you are this kind of person like, oh, my date, my this. By the time you meet my type or myself, like I'm talking to you or I'm dealing with you, you will learn how to calm down. Because when I see that anxiety in you, I always try to let you know that it is not done that way. You have to be, and I always tell people, God's time is the best. I submitted an application for someone, I scheduled an application for someone yesterday. We've been postponing it. And immediately I scheduled the appointment, we got March 30 or 31st. And another person submitted yesterday, got October. So God's time is the best. And people will always tell me, oh, my visa interview is, I always tell you, it's not about dates. It's about the day. Let me put it that way. Whatever dates you later, oh, I was supposed to go January. I didn't go in January. It was February. Whatever day, I'm not using date now. Whatever day your date is, just pray for favor and mercy. That's just it. So that is how you get to the visa interview interview section. That's the road. Submit an application to a school in the United States, have your admission. The third stage is submit documents for your I-20. Your I-20 is issued. Register the I-20, pay your service fee, then go walk into any GT bank. If you're from Nigeria, walk into any GT bank and pay your 160 USD. As at now, I think it's 70. As at the time we are recording this, I think it's $72,000. Sorry, 72,000 naira. You're working with your international passport, the data page. Don't go with the photocopy. Go with your passport. Walk in, pay your visa fee, and you submit. So once you pay, they will give you a receipt. Go back to your scheduling appointment, or whoever is helping you with your scheduling appointment. Handle the receipt to the person. There's a receipt number there. The person will input it. Once the service is actually customized with your name. That's why you go with your service. So if you are coming in with your family, you have to pay for each family member, but under the principal applicant. What do I mean? You can start paying as you are saying it. Maybe if you have 2-3 family members, you can actually pay one, the next time pay the second. But by the time you get to the scheduling appointment portal, if you are not expert in it, don't schedule an appointment for each family member. Just have it as one. The principal applicant will be the one to apply. There's a particular section that is going to ask you, are you applying as a family or group or so? You click on that particular plate, and that is where you had all family members that they are following you. You had them today, you pay their service. Don't forget, as I said, you pay each. You are not paying service fee for all the applicants, all F1 or F2 rather, all your dependents. No, you are only paying for yourself. The principal applicants, you're only paying for yourself, and you're paying visa fee for all family members. So once you pay that, boom, you pick a date. Only one date for everybody is going to come in from the principal applicant, or if you are single, just one. So once you have your visa date, if your date is favorable, I mean, if your date is actually the day you want, then you don't need to proceed by searching for dates. I said I'm going to discuss it too. The second one is actually you logging back to your portal. You have 5 times to check dates, and you turn it to night vigil. You start checking for your dates. You start checking for dates. So once you are able to get the dates, then you start preparing yourself. So which leads to the next on the agenda, which is visa interview documents. At this juncture, I will be sharing my page, my screen, for you to see how we've been talking about this, not today, not tomorrow, like it's been long. The visa interview this is actually my own arrangement. So I stand to be corrected. It might not work for you. I'm not saying you should follow, but this is the way I feel you can arrange your documents in order not to cause you a kind of another anxiety. Because on that day, trust me, no matter how calm, cool-headed person you are, that anxiety will be there that very good day. I'm very sure of that. I could remember when I was going for mine, despite the circumstances about my own, I was still kind of like, what if? so because I know it is not 100%, even you yourself that you know that you have every document, you have everything, it's not. So that anxiety still sets in a very good day. But there's something I always use to calm myself, maybe it will work for you, which is each time I line, okay, not even it. How many times have I attended this interview? 2 times. Yeah, 2 times. The first time was my first, and the second time was the current one. Others has been through renewal. Each time it expires. So the way I always calm myself is I'm always like, I have other option. And that was it. I was not only aiming at United States. I was having other options, so I was like, well, let me prepare myself for this next one. So I was going in open and with options. So not like, oh, that's the only thing for me. So, and boom, on that very good day, before when the VO even asked me a question, before I could even balance myself, because it was a stress on its own. And that reminds me, please, whoever has a visa interview, ensure, this is very, very important, it's a key. If you are not even number 1, be among 1 to 5. It helps a lot because at that particular time, they are just settling in. Yeah, it can come in for slash or give, but the rate is very high because at that time, they feel to have time to listen to whatever you want to say. But once they are fatigued, they are tired, you're, come and collect your green card. I don't want to say, sorry, come and collect your white paper. Don't let me say green, collect your white paper. Which reminds me of during my section, the VO just rejected the person that was living before us, and the VO just called, come over here, come. And I was like, shoot, that you just rejected somebody, I'm not going, or I can't go back again. And we just walked in to the window. So it happens like that. So in order to cut all this anxiety, all this issue, like my documents, because there will be a lot of distractors, there will be a lot of emergency that might not happen or that will happen on that very good day. For instance, if all your documents are intact, the way I'm going to share the screen right now, you don't really need outside that when you get there, all these customer service outside, I always call them outside customer service. They always, oh, bring your document, let me help you to arrange it. Oh, the head's supposed to turn like this. The passport is not in good shape. Is that. If you can be sure that all the documents are intact, you don't necessarily need to give your document to them to arrange for you. You already got it arranged. And I don't know about Lagos, but Abuja, there are actually those that are going to do accreditation for you, that you're going to meet at the first stage. They are going to arrange your document for you. So why are you paying 1,500? Why are you paying 2,000? And putting yourself unnecessary headache? And please don't compare on the D-Day. Maybe you see your friend, the data page, or let me say the DS-160 was in color, yours is in black and white. It's none of your business. What they're after is the barcode. That's what they're going to scan. So on your appointments page, that's what they're going to scan to send in your data to whoever VO you meet. So when it is your turn and you miss the VO, so far they've scanned your DS-160 and your scheduling appointments. By the time they scan it, it will automatically send your file to any. So what the VO does is that once it is your turn, let me have your I-20 and your international passport. You just type in your international passport, boom, enter. Your details will pop up. The DS-160 you filled. So I was talking about the DS-160. So the DS-160 is actually what you let the US Embassy knows about you. So and once they know that, that's what they're going to use to ask questions. So we're going back to the second agenda on the meeting today, which is the visa interview documents. Like I said, this is my own way I feel one can arrange the documents. I stand to be corrected. If this is not the way you feel it should be, you can drop in the message, or when we have question and answer, you can actually drop your own opinion so that we can perfect it all. So I'll be sharing the screen. If you have your pen and paper, feel free to snap, take pictures, record, do anything. As I said, it's not a paid service. It's just my own willingness to assist and give back to the society. So you are free to do whatever you feel like to eat. It's your choice. So I'm going to be sharing my screen. Please, I would like you to confirm if you can see my screen. Can you all see my screen? I know
Yes,
Instagram, you won't be able to see my screen, but I'll be saying it out for purpose
Yes,
of
I can.
those going to be reading it. So, okay, for the purpose of those, I'll be writing it. So I'm going to be saying it out for people to 1 minute, please. Okay, so like I said, documents expected to take with you for your visa interview. So what did I do here? I actually divided the documents into 3 folders. The first folder is actually called embassy documents, which is called group 1. So we have 3 groups, or let me say 3 folders. What I mean is that try and get 3 folders, 3 separate folders. The first folder, you can name it as embassy documents. They're not going to collect your folder from you. The second document is going to be supporting documents, while the third document is going to be academic supporting documents, or academic support documents. So what do I mean by, let me take it there for you to see. It's called academic supporting documents. So let's take it to one by one. I said, what are the documents expected to take with you for your visa interview? So the first folder, which you will name it as embassy documents, the first will be service fee receipts. How do you get your service fee receipts? It's through the Department of Homeland Security website, www.fmjfree.com. That is where you are going to see the service fee receipt. Let me stop sharing on this while I share. Okay, also disable participants to share. Let me give authorization. I want to show a site on how to 1 minute. I want to show my screen I'm actually not looking at any charts right now, but I'll look at it. Just keep dropping your questions. Share screen. Okay, let me see if I can. Okay, cool. So I can share screen here. Okay, confirm if you can see my screen.
Yes, I can from here.
Okay, good. So this is actually the website where you are going to generate your service fee receipts. You can see, I said something about ICE. That's what you can see here. It's called Immigration and Customs Enforcement. They are the one that's going to stop you if you call it ICE, just by the nickname or how you see it, ICE. So you can see the website here. You can reach out to me if you need the site. So if you want to pay for your service fee, this is actually the site as well. But unfortunately, we are praying for our country to be better, to be best, and to move from where the new rule right now. So unfortunately for Africans, I don't know mostly all Africans, but I'm very sure Ghana, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Zambia rather, we cannot officially and unfortunately pay the service from Nigeria. The only way you can pay is through Western Union. Let's assume that Nigeria or Africa can actually send Western Union outside the country. This could have been lovely because we pay this through Western Union. So you cannot actually pay this from your country. So because you can only pay via Western Union, through Western Union. So if you pay through Western Union, if your country allowed to send Western Union out, therefore you can pay your service fee. So this is a site whereby you're going to pay. This site is a branch under Department of Homeland Security. So if you want to pay, all you need to do is click on the pay. And if you have paid for your service, you can actually click on check this, check I-901 status. It's the same thing as I-20. I-910, I-901 is actually the same with your, it's called I-20. So you input your service ID, the surname, the given name, which is your other name, and boom, the date of birth. Then you click submit. Then you'll be able to generate your service fee receipt. And if peradventure you ask someone to pay for your service fee and the person is saying, oh, I've paid or I've not paid, you can actually come here to check your status. So if you click on check status, it's going to ask you the service number and the surname, then it's going to tell you paid. Let me actually look for a service, then we'll be able to see and you'll be able to see I want to look at and to do something. Okay, I have one I-20 here. So let's check if this person has actually paid for the service fee. So where do you locate the service number? The service number is, where do you see the service number rather? The service number is located on the top edge of your I-20. So it's normally start with N. So N003365632. All right, do I remember the date of birth? Do I remember like this? Okay, I think I can check. If the date of birth is not correct, See, current status, you see paid. So view payment confirmation, you're going to see how it's going to look like.
You transfer to Nako Ngozi.
So you can see that is how your service fee receipts. You can see students and exchange visitor program, because people will tell me I want to pay for my service like SERVIS something. So that is how the service fee looks like. So that's your service fee. I'm able to talk about that service fee receipt. The second one is your DS-160 confirmation page. So the DS-160 confirmation page is going to have your passport. I don't have one on my system. It's going to have your passport photograph, because this is done by the time you uploaded your picture on your or your passport rather on your DS-160 form. And the DS-160 confirmation page is given to you, or let me say it will pop out by the time you submit, you sign electronically your DS-160, meaning that you cannot edit your DS-160 again. The third document on that, don't forget we are still talking about embassy documents. The third will be recent or updated, I put slash because it depends on how it comes to you. Recent, updated, new scheduler appointment page. Please, for those that turn themselves to night workers or night hustling, please ensure that you go in for your visa interview with the current scheduling appointments page. Let's say you've been scheduling your appointments 1, 2. So that's why I always advise that please, by the time you are trying to gather your document together, ensure to log in back to your scheduling appointment page and print the current one, so that you know that, oh, I'm going with the current one. So that's why I put recent, that's why I put updated, that's why I put new scheduling appointment page. Of course, this is supposed to be the first one, which I believe you should not forget, because without this, you cannot even enter the embassy, your international passport, not the photocopy now, not the printout. We're talking about the original, the main passport. And of course, your signed I-20 form, your visa receipts, then 2 passports photograph with US specification. So I expected you to dig more to know about the US specification because of time. Aside all this, you shouldn't have any documents on embassy documents, which is the group, which is folder 1. So I repeat, for the folder 1, we have service fee, receipts, DS-160 confirmation page, your scheduling appointment page, your international passport, your I-20. Your I-20 also needs to be recent. Please ensure the one you are going with happens to be the recent, because by the time, let's say you have January resumption I-20 with you, and you're going to the embassy in March, you have May, June resumption of I-20, but probably while you're trying to gather all the documents, maybe you misplaced it or you couldn't find it. Let me go with the I-20. There comes the issue. The I-20, automatically, by the time you missed your section, if the section is still on, your I-20 will be activated, as it will be active rather. But by the time you leave, or let's say by the time you are, what's it called? Let's say by the time that section ends, your I-20 automatically will be terminated from the service. So it is now your school. You now contact your school back and let them give you updated I-20. Because by the time the VO has, let's say the first thing the VO is going to say is, oh, can I have your international passports and your I-20? Those are the 2 main documents, the real document they are going to ask from you. So by the time you share, please mute, please. Whoever is online should please mute. So by the time you give out or you handed over your I-20 and your international passports to the visa officer. Now, the visa officer is going to type in your date. By the time you see deactivated on the system, you just hand it over to contact your school or tell you automatically reject. Maybe you're trying to like cheat the system. And right now they are very sensitive. So ensure you have an updated I-20 with you. So your visa receipt and the 2 passport photographs. So let's go back to the supporting documents. You see these supporting documents, there are other documents that can be included, but these are the major ones I feel it is important to put under the supporting document folder. The first one is your admission letter. Please don't go to the embassy without your admission letter. The second one is work study documents. That is if you have work study, if you have employment opportunity with the school, but if you don't have, you don't need to, you can form one because your I-20 is going to state if you have work study or not. So don't try to cheat the system. Scholarship, if applicable. If you have a scholarship letter, go along with it. Bank statements. Go along with the bank statement that is on your I-20. Please. Yes, they won't collect it from you. They won't ask you to bring it. What if at that moment, the viewer asks, oh, can I see the bank statement? Maybe. So anything can happen. Can I see the bank statement? Oh, have it. It's not going to test it for anything. Yes. You just want to confirm is the amount or the name or what you said is the same with what you have on your I-20. So it is very ideal for you to go with the bank statement. That is either way you want to do your bank statement, I don't know, or just make sure the bank statement is the same with the name or the sponsor, whoever you claim to be that is showing on your I-20. So if your I-20 is stating mother, don't go with father's bank statement. If your I-20 says sister, don't go with aunt. You understand what I'm saying? If your I-20 states spouse, make sure you go with, if your I-20 says personal funding, make sure you go with your bank statement that is personal funding. It's not like 2-3 days you start, let me go with Bramufu's bank statement. Maybe there's money there. No. So employment letter, for those that they are employed, please go with your employment letter. Letter of release, meaning maybe leave of absence letter, you need a letter from your employer that, oh, you are going to the United States, you will be back. And that's where comes the line. You see this letter of release, please, I don't know how you want to frame the English. I don't know how you want to put your wordings. There's a particular sentence that is very important, which is, you should be back. Or let me say, you are hereby advised. Is it advice? I don't know. I don't know how you want to put the English, but the letter should state, must state that you are, you should return back to your country and come and hold or be the head of your department or so. It must state that, oh, by the time you're done with your program, you are hereby expected to be back to the country. If you are coming with your family, please ensure to come to have marriage certificates on your documents. Enrollment receipts. This varies. That was why I paid it red. There are some schools in the United States that doesn't allow you to pay enrollment deposits, meaning to hold your spot. Carolina University is actually 200 or 220 USD. It all depends. If you are claiming an international, it's actually going to be 220, but if you are claiming as a domestic, it's 200. So once you pay that, you're going to have a receipt. Go along with your receipt. Your old I-20, I purposely put this old I-20 under supporting documents in case the VO tends to be tough. Maybe you're supposed to come in January, you're unable to come in January, you have an I-20 to that. Then in summer, you have another I-20 to that. The VO might even ask you like, oh, do you have an I-20 before? Oh, yes. Oh, can I have it? So you should be able to tender that. Then online portal that shows your courses you register for at least a 3 credit units out of 9 per semester. That's for international students. So as an international student, your full course load is 9 credits, total of 9, that's 333 per semester. So, but for online, so this is particularly for those that started their program online. So this is, aside the courses you are going to print, you are going to print your transcripts, your unofficial transcripts. So you're going to print your unofficial transcripts out. Now here comes the question that might be coming to our head is that all these documents named in supporting documents, are they the document they are going to collect from you? Trust me, like I said, it all depends on the circumstances. Maybe the view comes tougher or happens to be a view that, let's say, our village people wakes up, yeah, you understand. So maybe at that point, they started asking you almost all these documents. But based on experience and so far, none of these documents will, the VO officer, the visa officer will ask you, can I see your admission letter? Can I see your work study? Nah. As I said, you see this embassy documents, all these embassy documents will be presented at your point of entry, all the accreditation period. But by the time you meet visa officer, either she or he, either him or her, the only 2 documents officially that the visa officer will collect from you is your international passport and your I-20. You see all these DS-160 confirmation page, you would have used them before you get to the visa officer. You're not just going to get to the embassy and walked in there. So on the second folder, which you have all the supporting documents, they are not, except, as I said, it all depends. Now the question is why, since they are not going to ask for it, they're not going to collect it officially, why are we going with all this? We'll get to that. So the third folder, which is academic supporting documents. This is a folder that I always classify as sheet of paper. What do I mean by sheet of paper? I mean, if you have any other document aside your transcripts, your certificates, your O-level results, your CV, any other documents you consider like, oh, they might ask, hey, oh, maybe you are going with your family and your wife is saying, don't go with that one. Your husband is saying, I will go with it. Don't worry. You don't need to argue. Put it under academic supporting documents. No. I saw your primary school living certificate. Will they ask over that? Sorry, I'm speaking about. They might ask you, they might ask us, yo, don't worry, you don't need to fight. At that moment, all you people need to be doing is smiling, laugh with each other, relax, rest. A day before that day, have fun, like do as if there's nothing, like you have interview tomorrow. So relax, like I always say. So you don't need to stress yourself. Collect it from your wife. Put it under academic supporting documents. That I know the third envelope, just put it there. Maybe as you're about to go, your wife, daddy, you are here to put in your tie. Oh, okay, they will ask of tie also. Bring it. Don't disturb the other 2 files. Put it under the third files. Why am I saying all this? So that you, within yourself, you already know how to present yourself. You already know how to sell yourself. So let's say you get to the embassy during the accreditation, they're asking, oh, can I see your passport? Can I see your international passport? You will not go to the academic supporting documents. Oh, 1 minute. I'm looking for it. 2 minutes, because you need all composure that very good day. And that is why I said you need to group your folder, have 3 folders. It doesn't matter if you need to put the 3 folder in one jacket. No, separate them. Please, I always say that. Separate it so that you just use a pen or anything to mark the name, embassy document. So you should know that the embassy document should be the first folder. So by the time you get there, oh, welcome, can I see your service fee receipt? 1 minute. You know the folder already that you are opening. You open the embassy document straight. you pick out you look for the form, you look for the document they're asking for, you give. When they are done, oh, good. Can I see your DS-160? Of course. Boom. Can I see your scheduling appointment? Oh, of course. 2 passports. Oh, I have, oh, good. Bam. I've told you they won't ask. That's during accreditation. And please, those that always ask their friend, oh, how did it happen? Oh, what's this order? You always leave the important question out. What is the important question? Can you describe the embassy for me? What do you mean by I should describe the embassy? I mean, let's say you get to the park. Oh, okay. Once you get to the park, what happened after you get, oh, then you start going, there's some people they don't know how to describe. Oh, you start going straight, you turn right. That's not the point. But where I'm driving at is let them tell you what are the security brief, or let me say the process to the visa officer. I can speak more of Abuja. I only attended my visa once in Lagos, so the system might have changed, but I can speak well of Abuja. So what happened when you queue? How do you go through the lines? Okay, from you are going to meet somebody on this or that on the table. They are going to do accreditation. You pass through a machine. All those information are very, very essential. Why? It's prepare you mentally, because that day is going to be very stressful. But by the time you already have somebody that updated you, gave you full insight on how the embassy, okay, so by the time they check you, finish, they scan you, they are going to open another door for you. I'm speaking about Abuja. Then you go into an open field whereby you turn right. All those things are very important. So by the time you get yourself into the system on that very good day, it's not going to work you out because you are in it, you are aware of the situation, you are aware of how the whole place looks like. Then the person might go ahead and start telling that they will start calling you, you will go like this, you go like that. So when it's happening to you, you will be relaxed, not like they're asking us to be moving from one place to the other and you start getting tired. So that actually prepares you mentally. So instead of you asking, what did they ask you? First ask, how is the environment? Can you describe the environment for me? It's just to prepare you ahead. Then you can now start asking, what are the questions? So remember, what you need is just the question. You don't need how he or she answered. So, like I said, the third folder, which is the transcripts, the certificates, the O-level results, the CV, or any other documents you feel you need, you can submit it. You can put it rather in the, in the academic supporting documents. So, I ask you a question, or let's say I was trying to purge in a kind of wonder that might be coming to one's head, like, okay, what are why, since they are not going to collect all the supporting documents, why do I need to come with it? Why can't I come with the embassy documents and just go and have my interview and boom, that is it. Note this, you see, all those officers, they are psychologists. All the visa officers, they are psychologists. They are trained to deny, not to approve. Trust me. They are trained to deny. It is now left for you to convince, because that is why they are sitting there. Convince me why I should give you this visa. That is why they are there. So don't feel bad if the video doesn't allow you to even express yourself more before they cut you off. Before they cut you off. So oh no, you are not ready. That's what they are trained for. So it only depends on if they see that, oh, you demonstrated that, yes, you are a real student, and at the same time, you're coming back to your country. Even if we know that you want to disappear there, like you want to disappear with the cloud. So so you just have to prove to them that, yes, you are coming back to your country. So why do we not need all these documents? So I'm going to be speaking in two ways, I guess, or maybe three. One as a single applicant, three. One as a single applicant, two as a couple, if you're going with your family. Then three as an online applicant. Like, what do I mean by online? I mean those that have started their program online. This actually had to visa rates, like for them to quickly grant you your visa, is actually a good idea. If you're unable to meet up your date and the program is already on, you can liaise with your admission officer that you want to start the program online pending the time you are going to start you are going to have your visa or go for your visa interview. So I'm going to be speaking in that 3-way, and I'm going to be presenting in that 3-way. I mean, role playing, using myself as an example, or how best I feel you can answer the question. So please, if I didn't if I didn't go back to this supporting document, why it is important for us to go along with it, please call my attention back to that. So that's that about the documents that must be taken with you to the visa interview. Don't forget, no time, do not argue with your, why I'm saying couples is because I know at that time, the wife too might have picked the phone, or the husband, how can I pass my visa interview? You see a lot of things. Go to YouTube, you see a lot of things. Oh, Tunde that is in US said, they will ask you, are you with your PIN? Do you go with that? In order to avoid unnecessary headache or anxiety or raise tension, always tell the person, whoever is telling you, okay, oh yes, I will add it. Yes, I will put it there. I have put it there. Are you sure? I have put it there. I've told you, you need to be calm. You need all the cool-headed information for that day. So you don't need anybody that will put you, you don't need anybody that will put you unstabilized way. So you don't need that. Sorry, I never knew my camera was not on since. So, like I said, there is always room for you to add the folder, the sheet of paper. Let me put it that way. You can add them under academic supporting documents. And I'm saying this because I've seen couples on that day, family on that day. In fact, the last time the husband was actually at the embassy and the wife called, sir, you forgotten your I-20. The wife doesn't know that. Oh, the I-20 was the old I-20. So the husband was actually with the real I-20. And then, oh, why do you, are the one that make me forget it? The husband had to turn back and was sweating. By the time he got to the house, oh, this is old I-20. Don't you see? What I can log on for me visa. So something like that. So that's why that very good day. You really need to calm yourself. It's very, very important. A day before, have fun, enjoy yourself, sleep. That's why you need to arrange all your documents a day before, or to a week or 5 days before. Then you now start using the rest to just while you wait time. So how can I pass my F1 visa interview? I just want to quickly give these 8 tips. I always give people. Make a good first impression. It is very, very important. And it all starts with, okay, that reminds me. That very good first impression starts on that queue day. If you peradventure saw a friend of yours on the queue that very good day, Kasali, you too, you are here. That's not the page for you to start talking about your past experience, how's life in school, other things. Now, at that moment, you can use eye contact or just use your body gesture. Hey, Chairman, offer. And always smile. If the person is coming, there are some people like that. Let me see your I-20. At that moment, you can say, excuse me, I need to go and see myself. Because at that point, they'll be watching you. So since you are not coming as a family, by the time they see the family, and for the family, ensure to go with this, I'll use Yoruba and call this uniform. If you have your native attire, please go in with your native attire. They actually used to embrace our culture. They love culture, like other people's culture. So putting, if you are Igbo, putting your bead, show your culture, show yourself. If that's your best clothes for that moment, for that day, put it on, show your culture, show the dressing. Not, you don't really need to put on tie, shoes, just like you haven't been to the toilet for the past 1 week. No, make it simple. You can even put on shirts, jeans, just dress smart. But I always advise people to use the culture so that when the video sees, you'll be like, because what the video will be seeing are those that put on skirt, shirts, as in top shirts or normal casual office dress, and it's saying somebody in culture, like with the cab, like, you've already, that's the first impression, like, whatever the view is having at it, that doesn't stop the view from giving you red card, but at least it will lower the red card, will soften the question. So the second one is communicate clearly. I decided not to speak not to use the American reading, though it's coming, but I'm trying to cut it out because I want everyone to get this. You really necessarily do not need to speak gonna. I am gonna do this, is gonna this. And in this instance, you don't really need to speak their English. Speak your correct, clear English, please. The reason is this, even, in fact, it's more clearer. We will speak British English, they speak American English. So something like if you say schedule, to them, they will be asking you, you mean like what's that? You say, schedule, my schedule. Oh, you mean schedule? Yeah. So like I'm just closing from work. It's here is actually, I just got off work. So there are some English that doesn't go the same way they all mean it here, like the general language. So speak your normal English and avoid using all this like can't, ain't, spell it out. Cannot. Yes, cannot. That's what you mean, can't. So that the VO will hear you that you don't mean can or can't, because we say can, it might mean probably you are saying can and eat. But when you say cannot, even a deaf man or deaf person will be able to know that you mean cannot, as in cannot. I am not I ain't, or I'm gonna, when I got there, I'm gonna, when I get there, when I'm gonna, don't gonna. Speak, I want to. Speak your fluent English. So that's why I say speak English. That's why I put speak English. The fourth one is be prepared. Like I said, you have to prepare. I don't really follow the format, but I just, as it's coming to my head, that's how I'm just writing it down. Not like there's steps to that. So another is know your school and program is very important. Know the school you're going and know the program you're applying. Even if you have not been communicating with the professor, give them one professor. But be careful, because what if the view is actually alumnus of that school? For those that are going to schools, maybe like Texas, like big schools, and you maybe the view is actually like, oh, whose professor is that? Oh, Professor Lanko. Okay. When then you start looking for that Professor Lanko. So that's why I said, try to do your findings. So out of your admission officer, you can even make mention of your admission officer if it doesn't come, and you don't necessarily need to cram. That's why once your mind is open, it means that as a question is coming in, you are being creative as fast as you can to quickly nail the question. So prove your intent to return home. There are several ways of proving your intent to return home. One is you can actually use family. If you're coming as a single and you're married, of course, they're going to ask you, are you married? Please, at that point, sweet mouth your wife. Even if you are always quarreling, sweet mouth your wife. Oh, yes, I'm happily married. I'm happily married to a lovely, beautiful angel. You need to see, create that atmosphere. You need to see her. But unfortunately, she won't be coming with me right now because of the nature of her job. And my kids at the same time, I'm blessed with two lovely kids. And my kids actually, for now, they will be joining me because of their school. One is in year 5, the other one is in year 7. And my wife, she's actually the head of human resources of Anambra Nigeria Limited. and she actually hold a big post. So right now they won't allow her to even leave. You will now sell yourself. I am a career person, and I've been planning towards this, that anytime I want to progress with my academics, it must be outside the country, and which countries must be in the United States. So I'll be going without them for now because of the nature of the business. You have actually shown that with that sentence, you've actually shown to the BO that yes, you're coming back home. You have something that is bringing you home. And that's where people always get it wrong. Like, oh, maybe if you're denied at that point, you'd be like, oh, is it because I asked about my family? He asked about my family and I said, I'm not coming with my family. Maybe I want to leave them. It depends on how you are able to answer that question. You've actually sold yourself and you have beautified, like you make the visa officer know that your house is in order. Your family is in order, but because you don't want to disrupt the family, so it might not be that reason why you're being denied. So that's one way to prove that, yes, you have home tie. They call it home tie. Another way is that letter of release, which means that you must use that letter of release at appropriate time. What do I mean by use? You must place it like for the visa officer to see. It's not going to collect it from you. And that's why I said, I'm going to tell you the name. And that's part of the reason why those supporting documents in your folder too, they are essential for you to go with it. And that's why I name it as supporting documents, meaning that they are going to support whatever I will be saying. So as I'm saying it, I'm bringing that document out. So you need to get yourself familiar with those documents and how they look like. So as the visa officer is, as I'm explaining myself, I'm bringing it out for the visa officer to see, including the transcript and results on the portal for those that are going to start online. So that's another way. So the letter of release, the visa officer is not going to collect the letter of release from you. So you have to spell it out to the visa officer. What do I mean? So by the time the visa officer is asking, so what do you do for a living? Oh, in fact, I work with the Nigerian Global.com, Nigerian Limited. As a matter of fact, this is my employment letter. And in fact, I've been given a letter of release because I've been working with this company for 2 years. And I've been given a letter of release that states that I must be returned by the time I'm done with my academics. So that is another way. You've made your point. If some people will say, oh, why can't I use land? Why can't I use, I have house, I build house? Trust me, they know that if you get here, you can easily call them at home, please sell the land and credit me the money. So it's not a good evidence to say that, yes, you're going to return back home. So job is actually another thing you can use to say that, oh, by the time I'm back to my country, always, in fact, in your sentence, always let that ring. By the time I'm back to my country, what will happen actually. So, but that's why I say stay positive and keep your answers precise and concise. Don't give yourself unnecessary headache. And that's the reason why I always tell people, do not cram. They might ask me a question, and when it gets to your turn, they might ask in another way. For those that they're actually good in reading people's transcripts, one way or the other, because it's your day, their own is going to come to your head and you won't know when you're going to pause it. So just pick the question and answer it to your own, the way it's applicable to you. So that's what I can say about the documents and the tips I said I want to give you about documents. So which is, we just finished the agenda, another agenda. So here comes the participation, or let me say the presentation that I've been talking about that I'm going to say. I feel like taking a break right now, but at the same time, I can see that we are all exhausted. Before we go to the presentation, I just want to hear some feedbacks from you. I'm not asking for questions. I'm not asking for questions. Please, I'm not asking for questions. I want us to move fast as much as we can. All I just want us to do right now is just relax for like 5 minutes in this section. anyone can turn on the mic. I just want us to gist. So if you have one or two things you want to gist about, we just have 5 minutes to gist. So I hope you all are enjoying what we'll be discussing so far. So this section now, before we go to my presentation, how I feel you can answer the questions. I'll be asking myself the question. I'll walk you through on how I feel the question is, and I'll be answering them. I'll be demonstrating. Don't mind me if I stand up. It's part of me because I want it to get to you. I want you to understand. And I know it's going to work. I know, I believe that. I always want you, I wouldn't mind if every one of you is here in the United States. Don't worry. If you come to North Carolina, I have you, I got you covered. So for those that are going to another school, so you are still in the United States. So we can always network with each other and you can build your foundation. So Mr. Ola, I want you to open your mic. I know I'm a diamond, or let me put it gold, that you've been wanting to to communicate with. You went as far as reporting me far up. So open your mic. Your mic is you mute your mic. Let me see if I can help you to unmute your mic. Check your mic. Your mic is mute. We still can hear you. Nah, you're not talking. You're only talking to yourself. Yes. So you can talk now. Hello, Mr. Ola, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm hearing you too.
Okay, so I said,
I've been hearing you clearly.
Okay, so how's the training going so far?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Okay, all right. I said I'm a goal that you've been wanting to communicate with. So now you have the floor. You can. I'm sorry, I've just been so occupied. Even this section, I just had to like come up with it for the purpose of those that are having their visa interview next week. So that, because I know after today, I'll be so occupied and busy at the center. But don't worry, after the section, I'll communicate with you, and everything is going as you want it. Just take it easy with me, please. So if you have one or two things you want to discuss with me, let's talk about it. I'm opening to the house now. We all have 5 minutes to discuss before we continue. At the absence of none for now,
Presently, I don't have a question now. Presently, I don't have any question.
Okay.
So I've been enjoying
all the questions. All my presentation has been helpful. Like you're in line with everything, right?
Exactly.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you for the feedback.
Thank you.
Yes, I want to hear feedback so far on what we've been discussing. So, Mr. Ola, you can mute your mic. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes.
I just sent a question to you, please.
I've said it, like I'm not going to look at questions right now until we open the floor for questions and answers. Right now, we are trying to relax. We are not in a hurry. I'm actually in a hurry, but as a teacher, I should know when my students are bored. So we need to like relax. So if you have anything else you want to discuss with me, life here in the United States, what you really want to know about the United States, this is the time for you to ask me before we go to the presentation. So now we are planning to move to how do you answer some visa interview questions. I'm going to be putting myself into practice and how best I feel you should answer it. In the meantime, I don't know if Victoria is online. Victoria, are you online?
Yes, I'm online.
Oh, good. Are you ready?
Yes.
You're ready. Well, by the special grace of God, I'm optimistic, and I'm praying that your visa interview will go as we plan, very well, less stressful, because it will be stressful, but less stressful. And you shall meet favor by the special grace of God. It's not how well you prepare, it's how well you prepare actually, but it's not how. Always remember you have options. So be open, Be open, be open. Don't cram. I know you to be a media person. Oh, relax your mind. We'll be having our one-on-one section when the program is, when we are done with everything, because I want to make sure that, yes, the confidence is there. Speak any way you want it. I'm not the visa officer. I'm just helping you to grind your stand. So please, don't mind me if I scold on you. I'm just trying to make sure like everything will work out fine. So prepare yourself. So at the absence of no,
We still have one, please.
Sorry, can I talk?
okay, yes.
So you have two people waiting to talk now.
Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I don't know if good afternoon will suffice for you because knowing the time difference over there. Yeah, let me quickly, run through whatever I want to say. Yours, during your own interview,
Yes.
how do you feel? I want you to share your own experience, your personal experience with us.
My personal
Because
experience.
obviously, I don't know if you are privileged to this kind of section, and for you to
I was not privileged to have this kind of section.
Exactly.
I was not privileged to have this kind of section. But one thing about, I have brothers, let me put it that way. And I appreciate my brothers a lot. They are actually the one that groomed me. Like when it comes, that's why most times if I see any application or something, I always ask myself, why do I have to go through this person? Why do I have to do, can't I do it myself? But later I realized that there are some applications that you just have to give the expert. You just have to, so that in order to avoid something. But trust me, I would have dig more to know more before. When people reach out to me and ask me questions about, and I give them, most of my friends always tell me that I give too much information to people. And it's not like that. I always want them to know what they're doing for them. I want them to know exactly how the application is being run. Some will even be telling me that, please, the life and death of the whole thing, handle it. So I was actually not privileged to have something like this, but I was privileged to be coached by my brothers, and they actually opened my eyes to some things that I feel, I can, when it is the time, I can actually do it. So during my own interview, to answer your question, do I even remember the date? Oh, I forgot. I think it was on a Friday. Was it Friday? All I know is that I was putting on meeting with my family, so we well, most people that knows me, I'm always late, kind of. I actually got there late, not that late per se, but maybe the right time, let me put it that way. And as usual, it was actually in Abuja, because I'm based in Abuja. So all the side road people always, immediately I pull over my car, parked, dropped everything. As usual, I believe in prayer. And that's one thing. Give arms and prayer. So then I call my dad and my mom, like, I'm about to enter. And my dad was just kind of giving me this vibe. Have you collected it? Why are you calling me when you have not collected it? I was like, why is my this one cannot help me? Let me call my mother. Pray to the extent that we are about going, and she was still praying. And within me, I was like, no, we got this. I was not having an issue actually, but because I was going with my family, so I was thinking maybe they were gonna penalize me with that I have to come back and something like that to pick my family. A lot of things was running through my head, despite all document and everything in that. So we did all these roadside people walked to me and were like, oh, can I see your DS1 sister? I was like, are you normal? Oh, I should help you to check him. Oh God, leave me. No, and there's one thing, yeah, that reminds me, it's even good we brought this up. When you print, if your visa your appointment page is sent to you via email and you printed your email, the one in your email, you printed it out, it's actually going to have two barcodes, one by the right-hand side and one down. When you get there, these people will tell you that, no, that's not how to print it. they are not going to collect it from you is a lie. The white, or let me say the Oyinbos that program their system to send document to your email and you printed your email, they are not stupid. Most times, even here, they will tell you, check your email, I've sent it to your email, print it out. Go and print it out from your email. So if you print the document out from your email, it's very legit and it's very intact. Mr. Kola, thanks for joining. Thanks for joining, I see you. So they were asking questions. Oh, it's not like that. So it's actually allowed. It's actually applicable. So you don't need to stress yourself over that. So the guy walked to me and I just opened my folder. I just want to hear and say, no, that's what I'm saying, sir. This is your DS-160. This they are scheduling the two barcode. They want to see the two barcode. And within me, I was looking at the guy. I said, okay, all right, okay. I was just like, okay, so what do you want me to do? You need to print another one, maybe when I'm out. And that's what I'm saying, okay, you don't go here, one. And I actually laughed. I just used that to cool my tension. So we walked in, we're on the queue. Then my boy started running around the environment. And that's another thing with family. If you're going with your family, if you're going with your kids, allow them to play, but very guided. Get there beloved. If you are used to, I will slap you, I will do this. You can take the kids to the toilet and something I can adjust, but don't do it in presence of the camera off record. So I'm just trying to give you guys what works for me. So my boy is very playful, was walking around. So I actually had to curb in, don't do that. And while I was stressed, I was still forming this laugh. I was still forming these, I'm active. I was stressed because I had a couple of activities. I traveled. I think I went to Jos 2 days before. I got back. I went to Nasarawa to get some goods. I think, yeah. Then I still went to, I was not even ready that I have a visa interview. They followed that the next day. There's actually my wife that was even doing the documentation and everything. Oh, have you gotten this? Have you done this? Yes. It was over the midnight. I was even printing my release letter from the school. So I was just doing, it was midnight. I was doing all my documentation and everything because I was so busy and so occupied. So I was even about to cancel, let's postpone this thing because of timing. Okay, I went to Ilorin. From Ilorin, I went to Jos. From Jos, I went to, so I had a couple of stress. So even on the seat while we were waiting for them to call us, I was actually sleeping, knocking up. So fast forward to when the visa, okay. So for Abuja, for those that are going to Abuja, you're going to be on the queue. So they'll start calling you. It's like S form in S shape. So they'll start calling you out. No, you start working one by one. So the first people you are going to meet are those to check your documents if they are intact. They're actually 2 to 3. So what are they going to check? They will check your embassy documents. Don't forget those embassy documents. So they check my documents, they check everything. So they accredited me. So they asked me to move in. So we entered one checking machine. They checked us. There was no mobile, so you shouldn't go with your phone, anything. Then that's why native, for those that put on belts, they were removing their belts, they were removing their shoe. Yeah, of course, I think we remove our shoes. So after the machine, then they opened the door for us to go in. So when we got in, it was like a garden, but there was a staircase by the right. So we followed the staircase up to another section. So when we got there, that was where the security were actually checking us, arranging us in line. Like you should go in line. We'll be moving like zigzag. So we are going to go into the visa office like two times, I guess. I don't know if they have changed it. 2 times, I guess. So the first time you go and do accreditation, that's when they will check your I-20. That's when they will push in your DS-160 to the VO that will be interviewing you. So when you are back, you won't sit the same way you sat before. You are going to sit another way. Then you start moving in one by one. So when we're actually very close to the last person, not even the last, people are still coming in, but on our queue, then this security person just came in and just because I was kind of and he was crying actually. I was like, oh, are you guys ready to go in? And within me, I don't like shortcut. I was just like, Baba, I beg, make I wait for my thought, JJ, let me stay. Before I knew, my wife was actually walking in with the security. I just followed. Oh my, it's not our turn. Don't let us overthink what is not ours. So we just walked in and immediately we were in there. A family member already went and he told me about this particular window. So I won't focus on that one particular window. So when it was about our turn, I just like, I need to ease myself. And I'm the principal applicant. They can't go in without me. I went back and I went to the toilet. I was like, woof, I got this. Anyway, I was looking at the mirror. I was like, I got this. I can do this. And I went back. So fortunately, immediately I got there, we just walked in and the visa officer, they just called the number. And apparently the lady, it was a lady they interviewed, the lady actually just denied someone. So in fact, the lady was still packing her documents and everything when we got there. So immediately I saw that, is it green slip or what? I think it was the rejection color. So immediately I saw the countenance of the lady. I was like, I was shocked because I was moving fast. I thought it's something that is long. I never knew it was short windows to himself. So I just like, so, and the visa officer just thought, oh, over here. I said, you just rejected somebody. And that's another thing. While we were sitting, we're actually looking at others, the way they were presenting, the way they were talking, and I've learned something. I'm less concerned about the way they are talking. I'm less concerned about the question they are asking. At that point, I always turn blind eye or blind ear to what they are saying, because if they ask them that question, and of course it will be coming to your ear, but don't really pay attention. It works for me. I don't know about you. And the main reason is that if peradventure what you already have, how you compose, and you are hearing another question that you've never come across, maybe that's how it comes to that person. It might destabilize you. So that's why I always, when they're asking the question, I was just trying to like freestyle myself until my turn. So we'll talk more about how the questions and everything goes. So I think the person that asked the question, I was able to like share more. Like, so because of time, let's go back to why we are here today. This is not for me now, it's for you people. We still have time. Well, I mean, there's no time, so we really need to do everything as fast as we can. So now let's go back to presentation. I mean, how do you answer some visa interview question? Practice. So, I don't know how I can start. It's okay. So let's prepare this. I'm looking for how I can pick it up. Okay, good. So there are some general questions that the VO usually ask. And what are the questions? Tell me why you're going to the United States. Who is funding you? Why are you planning to continue your education outside the country? Why not in your country? How do you know your professor at the university? Have you ever been to the United States before? Have you ever traveled outside the country before? And so many questions. See, you cannot determine the question from the visa officer. I've seen somebody that just worked there. So I can see you are traveling to the United States. What are you traveling? What are you going to do in the United States? I'm going for my bachelor's in this. And next question, so who's sponsoring you? Say, my uncle who is into chemical mixing or something. I said, okay, fine. So how do you want your visa interview? See, just 2-3 questions and the person is done. And I've seen someone that they ask question, like my case. I think I spent more than 15 minutes. So it was drilling questions. And that's why I said, keep your question precise, but in a very meaningful question answers, not asking you A and you're telling them B. So like I said, of course, what the visa officer is going to ask you is the first, it might even be the first, it might not be the first, But in general, that's why I said general questions are, why are you going to the United States? So like I said, I'm going to be answering these questions or presenting in 3 ways. 1, as a single, 2, as a family, like you're going with your dependent, and 3, as online, if you started your program online, because we have some people that have started their program online as well. That was supposed to resume January, but because of the advice I gave them, like probably this might actually increase their chances of getting the visa. So let's start with both single and family. It's actually the same way. So for family, let's say it's your wife that is the principal applicant. And that question is, so why are you going to the United States? Please allow the principal applicant to talk. You can support in a way that, like, additionally, so you must know how to blend, you can know how to blend the question, the answer rather, very well. So you are allowed to support, but the first question is always going for the principal applicant. Ensure the principal applicant talk first before you can support. So let's now assume that you're being asked, so why are you going to the United States? So, okay, there's some people that they're waiting to join at this time, okay? So why? So I'm trying to add them back. So why are you going to the United States? Okay, so as a single applicant, or let me say as a family, okay, I said single and family. Oh, good. I'm going to the United States to further, I always like that English, because you are done with a particular program during your undergraduate. So it's always like, why are you going to the United States? Please note, the question can come in a various way. So I can see you're going for your master's, or can be, okay, I can see you are traveling to the United States for what? It can be, I can see you are going for your study for what? In what? So understand the concept of the question and how to easily and quickly create a content that will answer that question is very, very important. It is very, very important. So if you're being asked, why are you going to the United States? Like, let's say the question means why you're going to the United States. So I'm going to the United States. If you don't know what you say at that start, you can actually put a kind of gesture or kind of slang, a kind of words like, oh, what a wonderful question. And please note, immediately you walked in with the visa of, you walked in, yes, I think this is the visa officer for the purpose of new person. Oh, once you already know that, I think this is the visa officer. The first thing, greets. Oh, good morning, and be audible. If you're this kind of person that speak, on that day, go and swallow tom-tom so that your voice can clear. Speak up and don't get tired easily. So, oh, good morning. Oh, good morning. Good morning. My greeting might not greet you, none of your business, but make sure the VO heard that good morning. The essence of it is to calm whatever impression he or she has over you, because as I said, they are trained like, come and collect your rejection. What do you want to say? You are not genuine, go. So it is not left for you to prove. So, oh, good morning. If it is afternoon, oh, good afternoon. Good afternoon. So can I have your passport and your I-20, please? Like I said, those are the 2 documents. Here is it. Your passport, you put it, your I-20 in front. If you're going with your family as well, you put all I-20s together. Don't forget, the family is going to have F2. So if you're having 3, 4 families, all those 3 other, aside the principal applicants, is going to have F2. So you put in the F2, the I-20s, into the international passport. If you have put the 4 passports together and hand over it to the VO straight. So you might be tapping. At that point, maintain eye contact and be smiling. Be smiling, just be looking, be smiling. If you have kids, you can set a distraction. Look for a sharp kid among like a smart, not too sharp or not too smart. You can actually tease. You can actually influence the kid because they love family here. Trust me. And that's why they can easily, you're the one that gave birth to the kid. They can easily have it from you. Trust me. There's nothing you will do. They will always name you to something you don't know how to take. You don't know how to take care of the kids. That's it. So you can actually tease your kid, like, oh, maybe you would have prepared that before you get in. Maybe you just tap. Sorry, once I stop. So you like, oh, how are you? They will always respond back to the kids. I'm fine. We're going to the United States. Oh, really? My dad is going for his PhD. It's actually a trick, but doesn't guarantee. But it's my dad is going for his PhD. I always prefer somebody that is smart among the kids. And so within you, you are the one that planted it. You know, stop it. Oh, really? Already you have given the visa officer an impression that even your kids knows that you're going somewhere. Because our own culture, they are very familiar with our culture is when your kids ask questions, you are always after shunning them. Shut up, don't talk about that. It's not, no. Yeah. Once your child will see a pen, will still ask you, Daddy, what is this pen? You are mandated to explain to the child what that pen is for. And for those that finish from early childhood education, you know what I'm talking about. Something is cracking in my head. The person needs to mute, please. What is that? Okay. Thank God. That's kind of distraction that I don't want. So I was talking about the family. You can easily prepare that. Oh, we are going to the United States. So that can actually lower as the VO is about to talk. So the VO will still ask you the question. This VO, they are trained to even ask. They will see couples with like this agbada, like normal attire, native, and they will still ask, are you guys married? That's to let you know that they are trained, because they know they are arranging marriage, like, oh, let's use it to. So at that point, let's say the first question happens to be, oh, are you married? Because that was my own first question. I said, yes, we are even legally married. And immediately I brought out that's where those supporting documents comes in. What I did was immediately the VO called us. I know I am done with embassy documents. So I know nothing is going to make me to use or go back to those documents. So I purposely pull the document back, like somewhere by the left-hand side, and immediately the remaining 2 folders, I place it on their table. Is a kind of concrete like this, and I didn't really fully open it because I know I don't even need my academic supporting document as well. I know what I'm after is that supporting document. So immediately I just open it, and I just had to I already know the documents. So I'm familiar with the document. So I just opened the folder. So meaning that the only document I open is actually one document, which is supporting documents. So I know he's not going to ask for my DS-160 scheduling appointment, my passport. They would have gotten all that before you get to the VO. So I know I don't need the embassy documents again. So the other 2 folders, the last one, academic supporting documents, I pushed to one side. So I was able to face, and I was not doing it obviously, like the VO should see. I just open it. I was talking, then I just open it. So I already know the folder. So immediately ask me, so are you guys married? I said, oh yeah, we are beautifully married. And I use my right hand to hug my wife. Yes, just to show that love. Oh, yes, we're happily married. In fact, this is our marriage certificate, and I place it on the window straight. So the same thing, so I can see you're going to the United States. Tell me why you're going to the United States. Oh, I am going to the United States to further my academics. At that point, you can sell yourself a little bit by saying, oh, I'm an academician, or I love education. You can put, I love education. In fact, this is my admission letter. You already know the admission letter. In fact, this is my admission letter. I'm going to Carolina University to further my academics in maybe PhD in educational administration. In fact, this is my admission letter. And I've also paid my enrollment deposits to show that I've owed my space. You put the two on the window like that. So that's why I said the enrollment deposits is actually some. I've paid my enrollments that shows that indicated I've owed my space for them. So going for my PhD in educational administration. I'm a language analyst, so I always try to simplify my words. I don't like big grammar. So and that's why whoever speaks big grammar to me, I'll just look at it and what if the person you are communicating with doesn't understand big grammar? So why are you speaking big grammar when you are not sure if the person you are communicating with, and at that point, it's not the point of using Jagbadangles, language. So you would like to keep your sentence so simple, straight, and concise. So immediately I did that. I know then I now try to sell myself with it. I'm not showing it and I kept quiet. I was saying it, I was talking. So I'm going for my PhD, and you might not hear PhD very well. So I simplified it again. I said, I'm going for my PhD. I mean my doctorate in educational administration. I graduated it depends on how you want to use it. I had a bachelor, I had my master's, it all depends on how it comes for you. I had my master's in philosophy of education and my bachelor's in early childhood education. So I want to maintain the same line up front. I don't want to deviate. That's why I've chosen educational administration as my PhD. So the next question might be, so who is sponsoring you? There comes that question. You know you have your bank statements there. You have your bank statements lying. So who is sponsoring you? And I've told you during your DS-160, there is no space that will say who is sponsoring you on that DS-160. So the question there on DS-160 is actually, who is paying for the trip. So you can help the view to analyze what you mean. So, and to also tally with what is on your I-20. Your I-20 is going to state who is sponsoring you. And your DS-160 is going to say who is paying for the trip. So let's say your I-20 is stating your spouse or your uncle or your nephew or your niece, whoever is sponsoring. So tell me, who is sponsoring you? Who is going to be sponsoring you this? So you can help the visa officer or help yourself by simplifying and saying, oh, for the purpose of the trip, I will be the one. Don't forget, if you are the one that is paying for the trip on your DS-160, it's better. You say it. But if you're not, you don't need it. So for the purpose of who is going to be paying for the trip, I will be paying for the trip myself. But for the purpose of academics, there is actually my wife or whoever you feel that will be sponsoring me, who is into maybe land and housing, maybe estate, maybe farming, maybe you have to say it. Don't allow the VO to tell you that or to ask. So who is into this and this? Well, for couples that they are, let's say, I will answer this sponsor in two ways. Like, let's say you're married, but your spouse is actually not here with you. You're not going with your spouse, but your I-20 says your spouse is actually the one sponsoring you. Good. So if you have that scenario, so the best way to answer that question will now be, so who is sponsoring you? Is actually my spouse, my wife, my beautiful wife that is going to be sponsoring me that's going to be sponsoring me. It's actually a joint fund. Yeah, you can say it like that. But because I have been, so you can say, oh, it's actually a joint fund between myself and my wife. And I decided to put it in care because I've been planning for this, not today. It has been long. I've been planning for it and I need to save. So I actually put it in a care for the savings. So and she's actually the sole signatory to the account. You can put it like that. So she will be the one to be sponsoring, fully sponsor me. So if your spouse is also going with you, like everyone is there, so who's sponsoring and your spouse is actually there, so you're going to be like, oh, so who's, wow, it's actually my beautiful wife. Smile with it. It's actually my beautiful wife that will be sponsoring me. It might later ask you like, or immediately, so what's the nature of the job? Because it'll be like, oh, the woman is sponsoring the man. Oh, she's head. Then at that point, you can quickly take the no by saying, oh, it's actually a joint account, but I decided to put it in an account because for the purpose of what we needed it for, which we've been planning for over 2 years now before I eventually got admission. So I might not ask you, so why is your family following you? Well, I'll be gone for 4 years. If you're coming for PhD, I'll be gone for 4 years. I don't want any distraction. And my kids will always keep shouting, my daddy. So in order to save all that, I decided that, oh, they should follow me so that I can be able to focus, not thinking about my kids and all, and be focused on my academics. So what do you do currently? Oh, I work with, so who sponsor you? I didn't go back. So who sponsor you? Well, it's actually my wife. In fact, this is the bank statement. That's when the bank statement is going to come up. But this is the bank statement of about, you would have done your calculation before you get there by knowing the conversion of the amount. So if the bank statement you are going with has 15 million naira, so you must be able to know the conversion of that 15 million and know the dollars. So you say it in dollar, which both naira and dollar, which money of about 15 million naira. I mean the conversion to USD, 28,000 USD. But this is the bank statement. We have the money in the account. So the question next might now be, so what do you do for a living? So it now depends on what you feel in your DS 160 under work and education. So you must master that side. So work and education. So under that work and education. So what do you do for a living? Oh, I'm a pharmacist, I'm a doctor. It now depends on what you feel under DS 160. So what they are after there is to be able to know if you are employed or not employed. And if your work allows you to come back, and that's where you're going to use your letter of release. So where do you work currently? Oh, I work with the National Assembly of Nigeria. In fact, this is my employment letter. And at the same time, this is a letter of release that shows that I must be back by the time I'm done with my program, because I'm planning to have, well, I'm actually going for the head of department for my workplace. So everything that I've learned over there, I'll be able to use it when I get to, when I come back to the country. This is another. So another question that might pop up for, there comes with the couples. Okay, so what's the job of your husband? If it's your husband is the principal applicant, what's the nature of the job that your husband? So like I said, for couples, you can actually, if your wife is actually the applicant, you can actually put in mouth, like by adding to whatever. So the way you're going to use is going to be a conjunctive words, like sentence. Oh, in addition to what my wife said, by her going to this, it's not like you just be looking like they didn't ask me the question directly. They are throwing the question out, but synthetically, it means that the principal applicant should be able to answer. So you just be, in addition to what my wife just said, even if you know that your wife didn't say it the way you're supposed to say it, don't condemn it. That's not the period like you shouldn't have said it that way. Okay, what I'm trying to say is this. No, you're like, oh, in addition to what my wife just said, This will enable us to do this, enable her to do this, us and her, mixing it together to do this, to do that, to do this, to do that. And the kids, as a matter of fact, the kids won't stop talking to their mother. So we going together, because going as a family, the first question is only like, why are you following your family? Why are they going with you? And at the same time, if you are going alone, why are you not going with your family? If you are not married, the question will now be, are you single? Oh, you are single. Oh, what's the tentative? What's the mindset that this person is going to come back? So those are the things that should be running through your head, not people's transcripts. Oh, if they ask me, why is this? That's the main thing. So all things being said, all things being equal. So another question might also pop up by asking that about the school you are going. Like I said in my last interviews training section, you don't need to start going to Google, start looking for the school all around. Thank God that the way education system in our country is good, which I don't want to say the other part, and it's okay. We are praying and hoping for better. So why don't you use everything you always wish for and plant it for your dream school? Let me put it that way. So let's say they're asking you, so how well do you know the school? Oh, well, the school is a Christian university, and is it the communication? Is it the swift response? Is it this? Is it that? The curriculum, the enabling environment, all those things you feel your school lacks, you should be able to project them out. Home country, you're able to project them out. But you have to be careful you're choosing your words, because if you try to condemn your own home because you want their favor, they will have it at the back. Don't forget, they are psychology. They will have it at the back of your mind that if you give this person the same opportunity, will go out there to apply for a visa and talk bad about their country. So you have to project yourself very well. So there's this general question that is always like, why have you chosen this specific university? The best answer, trust me, is curriculum. Don't even sweet mouth anything. Use the curriculum, meaning that the curriculum suits what you've been looking for. The curriculum suits what you've been looking for, and it speaks well for what your company here in Nigeria really wants. Because by the time I'm back into the country, you see, I kept saying, by the time I'm back, that's what I want to hear. So by the time I'm back to the company here in Nigeria, I'll be able to fit in the current position that is open. So another question might be, among all the university, another question might be, okay, how many universities have you applied to? Yes, how many universities have I applied to? You might be lucky. At that point, I don't really know the answer myself, but I always believe, because it's a kind of a dicey question, but you can as well merry-go-round the answer they want to hear, the answer you plan to say, and it will mean the same thing. How? So how many universities have you applied to? Well, what an interesting question you've asked me, sir. I've actually applied, if I had the real sense, you've actually applied to schools, but even if you have not applied to schools, let's just say you can even play antics by saying, oh, I've actually applied to schools. I've applied to 3 universities in the United States. I applied to University of Texas, I applied to Carolina University, and University of North Carolina. Among all these 3 schools, the best school, not the best school, right? The school that suits my curriculum, because almost all their own best is different from the way we use best. The only school, or the school that I see that fits my curriculum and the course I'm applying for, I'm planning to run, is actually Carolina University. The curriculum suits my stance, and it's actually what my company here in Nigeria wants, so that by the time I'm back into the country, back to the company rather, I'll be able to hold the position I've been aiming to. So Might ask you, where did you complete your bachelor's degree? And that's where you see all these mini questions. You would have hit it at the beginning. So why are you going to the United States? Oh, I'm going to the United States to further my academics in maybe PhD, master's, whatever courses you're going for. This is. In fact, this is my admission letter, and I've actually paid my enrollment deposits. And as a matter of fact, so you don't have minutes, you don't have much time. So you have to make everything sharp. And I've actually had a scholarship of about 60%, 30%, whatever percentage you have. If you have a work study, you let them know. And I have a work study as well in the same school. So I'm going to Carolina University to further my academics in so course. I actually had my bachelor's. So instead of him asking you the question at the beginning, I actually had my bachelor's in this. So having my master's in this course, having my PhD in this course will actually lead me to this, and this. That's why they always ask you to write a letter of intent. So you have to make everything sharp and smart. So for the purpose of those that have started online, their own way is kind of different. Like the way you're going to display is kind of different. So if you have been asked, so tell me, why are you going to the United States? Well, I'm actually going to the United States to continue. That would be your slang. You know, to further and continue is kind of the same. But here, I realized that further and continue is different. So to continue my program in maybe master's in so this, I actually started online. So if he doesn't know the meaning of continue, that's why I said I don't like big grammars. Please calm down. Let's communicate. What is communication? Communication is if I can say hi and you're able to respond, how are you? That means you communicate. But if you say, comment tout à fait, and I don't understand French, I'll just be looking at you. I've not communicated. So calm down to my level. Let's speak the English I know that you understand, I understand. So why are you going to the United States? Now, this online. Oh, I'm going to the United States I'm actually going to Carolina University in the US to continue my academics. I actually started online. As a matter of fact, not admission, you can go with admission. In fact, as a matter of fact, this is my transcripts. This is my transcript, and these are my courses. I actually started, you might be wondering, like, why can't you complete your program online? They think fast. Why can't you complete your program online since you've chosen online? I actually then that's why you won't allow him to think that way. I actually started online because I was unable to get a visa interview date. I was supposed to resume by January, but I was unable to get visa interview dates. My emergency request was not accepted. So I started the program online. Pending the time I'll get my visa approved. So we have finished section 1. We are to resume section 2. So I hope by the time I get there, I'll be able to continue with them. In fact, this is my transcript of my year 1. And these are the courses that I've registered for the year 2. So you can see that it depends on how you're able to use your word, your convincing statement. So you have given the VO the direction like, oh, this person, because really, they are looking for a genuine student and who is coming back. So might I ask you, that's where they will try to like look at your academics like, when did you finish your secondary school? So you know that you are in a school, probably you're in a university, and because of what is happening, you use your secondary school or your 100 and 200 level results to move to get your admission. So if you're being so might be like asking 100. So which school? So when did you finish your high school? Might use high school or secondary school. So when did you finish your high school? Well, so you finish your high school before like it's been long. So well, I actually finished my high school since, but I just completed a technical vocation training, because you must have put it under your DS 160, under academics, your recent academics. So for those that are coming for bachelor's and online, so like, okay, so when did you finish your secondary? Even if they ask any stage, maybe master's, undergraduates. So which school do you, when did you finish your secondary school? When did you finish your master's? When did you finish your bachelor's? Always have a continued learning. Like learning in progress. So don't just say you finished since 2017. What the VO will be reading in his or her head is from 2017 to this time, what have you been doing? Why can't you continue your master's there? Why do you have to wait till this time? So you won't allow the VO to think that way. So when I actually finished my high school, but I've engaged myself in vocational training pending the time, because I have it at the back of my mind that my dream, that's where you now put emotion. My dream is to study in the United States because of the great infrastructure. And I've always, or you can say, I've always been thinking by the time I want to start further my academics, it will be outside the country and it will be in the United States. So you have been able to like sharpen. So always use the word I. That's why your DS-160, you need to permutate it very well. Oh, so I just completed my vocational training, or I just completed my degree in University of Ilorin, and so I'm transferring to Carolina University to complete my master. So who is going to be sponsoring you? My father, my mother. Is your father in the US? Yes, my father is in the US. If your parent is not in the US, doesn't matter. I'm just speaking for those that maybe their father or their mother is in the US. So that's the best way I feel. There are a lot of questions, but I will put it out. Okay, what if they ask me this kind of question? I know this is a period people have been waiting to ask questions. So a very important question, which I don't want to answer and which I want to put it out, is every one of you should start thinking, what if they ask you what you're being asked? What if the VO really mean it? What if the VO is desperate to ask you this question? And what is the question? Why should I approve your visa? Or why should I approve your F1 visa? That question, I'll put it out for you to start thinking. That question most times always come out from their mind, and it's actually the summary of everything they are asking you since morning. They want you to convince them why you should approve my visa. So right now, I've been able to do justice to visa interview preparation, questions and answer, and how best I feel we should be able to answer the questions. So right now, before going to the charts, if you are willing to ask questions before answering questions on the charts, I think you can go ahead and ask your questions right now. So this is how we're going to do it. There is a reaction section, reaction column. So just click on the reaction, you will see raise hand. So you can click raise hand so that we know that you want to ask questions. So if you want to drop your question on the chat box, go ahead and drop your question on the chat box. I will check the chat box when I'm done with physical questions. So if you have questions now, feel free to ask your question. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Good morning to you, Happy.
All of the above.
So I was
Afternoon,
gonna
morning.
ask, what if you change jobs? Like maybe when you fill the form, you put in another job designation there, but now you have another job, like you've changed jobs already. And is it not going to complicate what is on the form and what you have now? Because I remember the part that you said that you can go with your employment letter.
Yes.
To show them that, oh, this is what I used to do, this is what I do now.
Okay. Thank you for that question. I don't know who's talking, but thank you. Well, based on...
Oh, this is Debbie. This is Deborah.
Okay, Deborah. Okay, I've seen the name, Deborah. Okay, so thank you, Deborah, for your question. Well, it's actually a good question, but The only clause I see there that you've submitted your DS-160. Yet there comes an update I want to give everybody. Let's assume that you've submitted your DS-160 and you needed to change one or two things, and you kind of thinking of this general updates. You're kind of thinking that, oh, I think I should have this and I've submitted. Well, it all depends on what you actually wanted to add. Let's say, for instance, let's say your DS-160 number has expired. Maybe you forgot to submit. You just quickly book dates, then you forgot to submit. Then your DS-160 number expired. What you would do there is you call the embassy. I can share the number once you reach out to me privately. You call the embassy, then you let them know. When you call them, they will ask you that, make sure you have your international passport with you. They will ask you that, okay, they will ask you your name, confirm your email, confirm. They want to confirm if truly you are the one. So after you pass that, the next thing they will ask you is that, why are you calling? So how may I help you today? So the next thing we'll do is that, well, I actually made a mistake on my DS-160, or probably my DS-160 number, you need there to change it. So, or probably it has expired. So all you need to do is you call them and let them know that you want to update your DS-160, but you've submitted. You have a new DS-160 number now. You would like them to update your portal, your scheduling portal, to your new DS-160. Note, you might have submitted that DS-160 before you put a call through to them. So this is just a general update for those that they've submitted their DS-160 and they find it difficult, or they are thinking on how to go about corrections. So that's the best way to go about it. So, but based on your question that you change employment, you change job to another job, and you've already submitted your DS-160, I will answer this question in various ways. The first one is you can actually leave it. And peradventure, you are being asked during the interview section that, so what do you do currently? Well, as at the time, that's where choice of words and your expression, your composition comes in. Well, as at the time of completing my DS-160, I was actually working with Globacom. But right now, I work with Nitel. Sorry, is it Nitel? Airtel, rather. I work with Airtel Communication, where I'm currently the head of Super Bowl. Prior to that time, I was actually the head of human resources. But right now, I work with Airtel Globalcoms, where I'm actually their sales manager. And I started working with them just last month. I got the offer last month, and it has been wonderful. But the question now is, what is the negative impression you are giving the VO, which might actually work and might not work? The VO might be looking at it that you change a job and you're leaving home, because a lot of things will be coming through their head. You change your job and boom, you're leaving. You said it yourself that you just got the job 2 months ago. And they know that you cannot join a company and the company will immediately release you like that. I'm just trying to tell you a possible reject to that answer that you just gave. It looks good, it looks fine, but every answer, what is the negative impact? That's what you have to look at. So to correct all those notions, why don't you just leave it the same way you've submitted, or you complete a new DS-160, submit it with the new current position and add the previous one, but ensure the date you start is more like you have SS dates, not 2 months, 3 months. We're talking about 1-2 years here. So that's why most times I always help people to edit their DS-160 in that stage. The date you finish your school the date you got your first job, and the date you got your current job. They look all those things, especially for those that they are doing Canada. If you're very used to the way Canada immigration works, you will know that they hate when there is space in your dates of transition. That's why if you're working before and you stop working, you have to enroll in a community services or volunteer. So that will hold your space or hold the gap, the study gap that you have. So like I said, let me recap. You can as well leave it, and when you get to the embassy, you made mention of the same thing. You try to get the letter of intent, the release letter and offer letter of your previous job, and you count it as your current job. Or you fill a new DS, the new DS-160, and submit the DS-160 with your current, try to balance the dates that you started with your current one. Maybe you change it for the new one, for the old one rather. Then you put a call through to the embassy and tell them that you want to change you made a mistake in your DS-160, former DS-160, and you would like to, them to input to change the DS-160 number. So they will just change the DS-160 number, and they will ask you to go and reprint your scheduling appointment so that it can show the new DS-160 number. So that's the best way I feel you can actually go about it. Sorry, before I answer next question. Okay, don't worry. I have my system is about to switch off. Okay, we're back. My system is powered now. So Debbie, have I been able to answer your question correctly?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, Innocent, I can see you raise your hand. What's your question?
Yes, good evening, everybody. I actually have two questions, but I will want to start with one first.
You can ask two questions at this. Okay, you can ask two questions at the same time. Anyways, I'm listening.
Okay, so my first question is with the issue of these questions, how many schools did you apply to? And for someone that, of course, I know that there are always advantage and disadvantage to whatever answers you're going to give. For someone that wants to stick to just the school he applied to, like say just one school, what are the disadvantages of that, sir? Let me start with that. Okay,
thank you. Well, there is actually no disadvantage or disadvantages. There are no other. It's how it comes. What the viewer is just trying to look at is how well do you dig your research? How well is your goal planning? So obviously the VO is after, let me see, even if you stress yourself. So for that question that the person wants to stick to one, the best answer is, well, actually, after several search, I come across Carolina University. I'm using as an example. I come across Carolina University, and during my findings or my research with the school, it suits and meets the curriculum I've always been imagined to have. And hence, I didn't even bother to search for any other school. I just stick to this school, and I submitted my application. I have my admission, and here I am today. Simple as that. There is no negative. You have already talked about your search. So if a school meets your curriculum, that's why I always say curriculum first before you can start talking about any other thing. So if you made mention curriculum first, then you can ask saying that, oh, is it the communication? Is it the this? Is it the that? But make sure the curriculum, because that's why here they just don't apply to school. They go on visit. We call it school visits. They will go and visit the school. They will ask questions. They will make sure like, yes, the school suits what they want before they submit their application. So have I been able to
Oh.
answer that question?
Yes, you have. Can I
Your
drop
second
another one?
question. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so with regards to funding,
Okay.
so this scenario of someone being sponsored by his wife,
Okay.
and there is a possibility that they have a joint account,
Okay.
and also the wife also has her own personal account.
Okay.
What can you advise? Would you advise the person to go with the answer of saying that my wife will be sponsoring me, and this is her account statement. I am also going to be sponsoring myself to study. This is also my account statement. What is your viewpoint on that? Or would you suggest that the person just go with the joint account of both him and the wife to explain that?
Okay. Well, your question is kind of similar to what I've said earlier, but for the purpose of question and answer, yes, you can go with the joint, or the joint is actually, your I-20 says your spouse.
Yes.
So if your I-20 states your spouse, it's just that you cannot, if your I-20, the section, the sponsoring section is saying mother, and you are going with spouse bank statements, you have kicked the something. So that one has, you have really gone out of the line. But so far you are going with, so far the I-20 states your spouse. Joint account is still spouse. Separate account is still spouse. And what do I mean by separate account? If you are planning to use our own accounts, like self account, is still spouse. If it is joint account, it's still spouse.
Sorry,
and that's
sorry,
why
my
I
network,
used it.
my network is, sorry, sir, my network is actually acting up. Could you repeat that again, please?
Okay, I said that you can actually, one thing about, let me say, if you say spouse accounts, joint account is also spouse account. What it means is joint account. My husband, in fact, that one is even okay. If you are planning to use a personal account, it's still okay. So far it is spouse. It's just that your I-20 cannot state mother and you're going with spouse. So that's where you have cut out of the line. But joint or personal is still spouse. So even if you are using joints, even you are using personal, you can sweet mouth the talk a little bit by saying, well, it's actually a joint account, but you decided to save it in our own account for savings, for the purpose of what we want to use it for, which is my study in the United States. And that's why she's the sole signatory to the account. So therefore, she will be the one to sponsor me. So you've answered, you've made go around, and you've answered what is in the I-20. Are you satisfied?
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
If you're not satisfied, bring it up. I will still explain better.
Okay, so it therefore means that the name on the account of the wife of the account you're using must be your wife's name.
Nah, so far it is spouse. For instance, if now you focus more on the I-20. If your I-20 states spouse, when you are going to the embassy, ensure you go with your wife or your joint accounts.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
See, the point is, they are not going to ask you or collect the bank statement from you. But let's even now say, maybe he just look at you like, let me ask this person and bring this bank statement. Because the truth is, these people learn from us. We never can tell who is feeding them information, and they're using it to act for us. So you always think like them. So what if he asks, oh, can I see the bank statement? Oh, here is it. Just look at it. He's not scanning, he's not doing anything, he's not taking it for further anything. Nah, they are not to do that. So we just, when it is, only if you are dealing with UK, exactly, UK or Canada, that's the two places you cannot, because those ones you have to submit documents. But this one that you're not submitting what you're bringing. So that's why always ensure the bank the bank statement you are taking now to the embassy is what is on your I-20, which is the spouse.
Okay.
Is that clear now?
Very well. Thank you, sir.
You're most welcome. Any other question? Any other question? Victoria, do you have question? MJ, do you have question? Alanomu, do you have question? Those that I know that you guys have. Read one. Do you have question? That I know. Kabir, do you have question? Yes.
You know me, I have a lot of questions, but I wanted to get to the live session with us. That's right. That's what I'm waiting for.
And you can ask your question now so that we'll solve it once and for all. The live session is actually going to be, personal section is going to be the end. I mean, one-on-one is going to be after I'm able to pick 2 or 3 people, we have an interaction together live as we are right now. Then I will hand the, there's no way we go back to question. I will just make a general observation and general question. Then I will hand the section.
I have questions.
Okay, let me first take Alanomu first. Okay, I've seen you. I'm gonna call you. So, Alanomu, what's your question?
Okay, I want to ask on where to print the DS-160 form.
Okay.
The one that I'm going to take along, and also the receipts for the enrollment deposit.
Okay, the enrollment deposits, you can go back to your email or your portal. If you click on the portal, you should be able to see the enrollment deposits under admissions. Under the admissions. Once you log into your portal, click on admissions, you will see your enrollment deposits, or you search your email and search for auto receipts. Auto receipts. Auto. Once you search for auto, it should pop up. And you can always email student accounts, student accounts to send in your enrollment deposit receipts. They will send it to you.
Okay, all right.
So those are the 3 ways. Yeah. Any other question?
The 360 and sorry, the DS-160 form.
Okay, the DS-160. All you need to do is, if you don't have it in your email, what you need to do is you go to the site. The site is actually, let me copy out the site for the DS-160. It's CEC dot something. I'm going ceac.state.gov. I've dropped the link. So let me share my screen quickly for that. So this is the site. So you click on DS-160 online non-immigration, the first one, actually. So once you click on it, it's going to take you to another landing page. So the landing page, you select your country and the location. So if you are Nigeria, Lagos, click on Nigeria, look for Nigeria, Lagos, or Nigeria, Abuja, click on it, the page will load, put in your details, put in the code you're seeing here, and click on retrieve an application, not start an application, retrieve an application. So once you're able to retrieve, you click on the retrieve, there's going to ask for your DS-160 number and some security questions. So once you're able to do that, this is a live section. I can ask for you that from you, but later you can communicate with me. I will be able to walk you through on that. So,
okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So any other question?
Hello, sir.
Okay.
This is Anne speaking.
Okay.
All right, sir. When I joined, I realized the session is, I think it's mainly geared towards those who have visa application. Yes. But my question is really not in that side. So I don't know if you could have a session. It's about getting PhD scholarship. I've been in the US. I've been trying to look around. I've been checking sites and checking schools. So I don't know if it's going to be in this session or in another session. If you can share a few tips or something that might be really helpful towards me getting a school that could sponsor my PhD in the US.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, you're welcome. Well, it's actually not, today's section is not about scholarship. I will be having another section that will talk about scholarships. And how
Yeah,
to
I
apply.
joined before. I
And how
joined
to-
in before realizing that.
Yeah, so I no problem about that. But for purpose of others too that might have the mindset, the first thing I always advise people that need scholarship is to do evaluation of their transcripts, either WES or Spatra.
Yeah, I did that already.
Good. So the second thing is that you need to lower your search. You need to bring your search back. Maybe you're looking at top schools.
No, I'm not. I can't. I'm trying to.
No. I'm not talking about you. I'm just putting it out. Maybe you're looking at top schools. Now, look for city schools or state universities.
Okay.
Arizona, I don't want to start mentioning schools, the city schools. Now, when you log into their sites, find the admission coordinator or the director of admission. Communicate with the director of admission with your letter of intent in a typed form, not attached file. In a typed form, you type it out, and you know you are copying your letter of intent, but copy it out and adjust your typing, and basically state what. Ensure they have your program.
Okay.
So once you communicate with the director of admission, the next person will be your faculty member that is in that field. So you have to go through the sites. The third one would now be the supervisor. Mainly, you will see generally what people search for is supervisor, but that has always been so that when they are communicating, when you are communicating with the supervisor, you will not type only, you will send in your CV. Ensure your CV is rich. Send in your transcript with it and other supporting documents, and make your request. Don't just type in and just send over. You are looking for admission. Send in your request. So that's another way to get your scholarship, because most scholarship is based on your CGPA. Like my school is based on your CGPA. We have range of scholarship. So if we are able to determine your CGPA, we'll be able to determine your tendency of scholarship. Okay. So, and some schools, they have varieties of scholarship. So you might tend to look for schools that have varieties of scholarship. But here comes what I always tell people. Well, I know coming to the United States is expensive. And in bid of scholarship, you might lose a lot of values. Why don't you expand your scope in such a way that you dig more about? We have 50 states in the United States. Look for all those states that they have less population and apply to that. If you're in the United States, you're in the United States. You can always navigate. And that's where I'm driving at. If you're able to step on a stone to get to a place, when you land, this is United States, you can always navigate. By that time, you won't be hearing, they said, this is how it is being done. You can do it this way.
Yeah,
you will walk in yourself. You will walk in yourself and ask your question. If you are okay with the school, you go with it. If you're not, you go to another school. So I always, anybody that asks me this question, I'll just ask them that this is what I know most. Why don't you step in? And by the time you land, then if you now decided to navigate your wings, it will be easier for you to navigate around. Have I been able to answer that? We'll dig
Yes,
more
sir.
and talk more about that maybe in the
Okay,
next
sir.
session.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, MJ, can I have your question?
Okay, can you hear me?
Very well.
Okay. Though you've said something of that, but I still want an enlightenment about self-sponsored.
Okay, self-sponsored. Okay.
Okay, in a situation where you are the one sponsoring both the trip and then the educational purpose.
Yep.
So how do you answer this question?
Oof.
You know, when you were discussing about it, you say I'm the one sponsoring the trip, then my wife is the one sponsoring the education.
In a position whereby, in a situation rather, whereby your
It's
identity
just-
states self-sponsor, right?
Yes.
Well, there's this notion people always think about. Where would they say I can have? I've gotten all this money, a whole lot of money that I'm now self-sponsoring myself, and this and that. Self-sponsor is good. It's okay. At least you are convincing the viewer that you're not depending on anybody. But like I said, every question you must think of, what do you think the viewer would think on this? And how would the best way do I think I would tackle it? So for that self-sponsor, so tell me, how do the viewer is saying it? That's the most annoying part. Sometimes you are saying something and you're asking me a question. It's well stated there, but like I said, they want you to prove it. So like, so tell me, in your case, your question might come, how do you intend to finance your academic? Not who is sponsoring you. He has seen it that is self-sponsor. So the question will now be, how do you intend to finance this? So you might not necessarily say for the purpose of the trip, because you've already said yourself, that one, everything is yourself. So what that place is trying to tell you is convince the viewer by telling what you do, where this fund is coming in, and it will not stop because they know that you are only eligible to 20 hours a week. And that money is not enough for you to sort yourself or to pay the bills. So in that process, the best way to link your channel with is family and savings. I mean, self-savings and family. But the family is silent on your I-20. That is fine. So if I'm being asked, it will be, so how do you intend? Because that is what the VO is interested in. Not I'm sponsoring myself. Their question has inner points. And the inner point is they know that you have 20 hours a week to work at a very maybe $10 per hour or something, because you would have seen it on your work study offer. With the money, the viewer will know that you are not possibly going to survive this, and they know how expensive it is here. So what the viewer is actually after is, how would you continue paying if you're able to even pay year one? So that's where you are going to channel everything to the silent family. I mean, in your I-20, there's no family there, but they are there, but it's silent. So, and yourself. So in that question, be like, oh, so if you ask you, how do you intend, or who is even, let's even say who is sponsored, but who is sponsoring doesn't make sense to ask. It might be, how do you intend to support this? How do you intend to finance this? How do you intend to complete this academics? So it's going to be a silent family. If you have a company, you can actually link the company. For instance, well, you can say, I will answer it for those that they are not working, or probably they are self and they are looking at how they, and those that they are working, and those that have company. During my own case, I actually use self, joint, and family member. So my money actually comes to like $73,000. So I combine all that, and luckily for me, the DSO during was able to merge everything together. So it comes in as family and friends. And family and friends, the family is even my spouse that is sponsoring me. But it's a joint, but it's in our name. That's why I'm giving you also that same idea. So the family, and another thing is, while I was even going for the view, I went with my own bank statements and my spouse bank statements, and on getting the because of anxiety, I didn't even know the one I was even bringing out to Among Vitiri. That was why I said I was not opportune to have this kind of session that I need to arrange my file that very way. I arranged it very like the way I projected it for you, but immediately they asked bank statement, because I already have the bank, I'll bring the bank statement. Even we later realized that the bank statement I claim I brought out to show the man was even the family that I claim is my spouse home. is his spouse home. But because he was so totally convinced that no, this person knows what he's going to do. Because on my visa, on my passport, there's a visa there already. So that was what I was trying. I actually silent about it. So that's why I was trying to say that won't they even say, okay, the one you even have, don't even use it. Don't even. So I was kind of, that was why I said that tension was so much on me there. And I had opportunity to even renew if I want to. So I was actually, a lot of things was going through my head then. So, but for your own question that you asked, that for self-sponsor, how do you go about it? Believe me, the self-sponsor is, they are not after who sponsor, they can see it. They are only after how would you continue. So to answer that question, so tell me, how do you intend to support or continue, or whatever, you already know the question they're thinking, they're planning to ask. So how do you intend to finance this? Well, actually for the first year, I'll be the one to sponsor myself with the help of my mother. I've actually been saving towards this because I know the financial implication. And with the help of my job, I'm actually on study leave. We will now bring the letter out again. I'm actually on study leave. My salary is not stopping. They are still paying me my salary. So with that, I'll be able to sustain myself when I get to the United States. That is why I said you use the silent family and you use your company. And that is why that letter of release is very important for self-sponsors. So if they ask you, so how do you intend to sponsor yourself? Well, because initially, don't forget, you've already answered, or you've, by the way, answered where you're working and your position, and you've shown your employment letter, you've shown the letter of release. So as a self-sponsor, so who is sponsoring you comes in like, oh, good. Who is sponsoring me is actually, I'll be the one with the help of my mother for my savings, because I've been saving towards this day, because I know the financial implication. It took me you can sweet mouth it. It took me about 2-3 years to save from my salary. And luckily for me, sir, this is my letter of release from my company that stated that I must be back at the end of my program. So if this is my study leave letter, you even show this is my study leave letter that shows that I should be back by the time I'm done with my program. So which means that my salary still comes in. They didn't stop my salary. So you don't really need to now tell the viewer that, so that is how I will be complete. Just full stop it there. So my salary is still going. I'm just on a study leave. So by the time I'm back, whatever I've learned, I'll be able to use it in my company. So you have used 2 to 3 good information. One, you've shown that you have a strong home tie, meaning that your company is actually still financing you indirectly. They might not be on the I-20, but they are paying your salary. You have your study leave. So that is why I was trying to tell Debbie that your changing of jobs, you should be careful on how you're going to use it. So it's either you maintain one and stick to that one, the one you have like you have a long relationship with them and use it, or you change it back to the new one and try to like adjust your dates to mean like you've had a good communication or good stay with them at least 2 years. So have I been able to answer self-sponsor now?
Yes, please. So with what you're saying, I'm to get my study leave letter and then my letter of release.
It's the same thing. Letter of release is the same thing as study leave.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's clear now. Thank you very much. I have another question, sorry.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
The appointment date, right now, my appointment date is far and my school is resuming around May. So what do I do now to get a recent
You can
date
turn yourself to night
within
vigil.
this month?
You can actually go by the Nigeria ways of getting dates, which is getting
Okay, I can buy date.
Yeah, for those that release that. Or you turn yourself to night worker, you start searching for dates. Or you use your last shot, which is your emergency dates. As a student, you are allowed to apply for emergency dates 60 days to your resumption. So you have to wait till 60 days to your resumption. Don't forget, you don't count 60 days like normal day. So you must at least minus weekends. If there's any public holiday, you do the calculation. So that's why most times when people reach out to me, oh, it's time for us to apply for emergency, I always make sure like, okay, let 1 month pass. Let that 30 days.
Then in that case, my own is up to 60. I'm supposed to apply for the emergency date there.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You can apply for, according to their site, you must apply at least 60 days. But what I'm saying in my own case is that, like generally is that to do the plus and minus of removing weekends, public holidays, so that I will make it won't come back rejecting. Emergency date doesn't come automatic as well. That's one thing about US. Everything about US is not automatic. So the emergency is either approve or deny. Now, is the same general English they will use for deny. If they deny, they will tell you that you didn't have some documents, but that has always been their general English. So what I'm saying to fulfill on my own side, or let me say to satisfy my own conscience, my mind, is that I'll always like leave that 30 days to go and apply it 30 days to the resumption. That's what I did during mine, because I don't want to start doing any calculation. I don't want to start telling me that, oh, I didn't meet up the dates. Something happened. I didn't do the calculation very well. So I'm very sure there cannot be 30 days holiday and there cannot be 30 days weekend. So just to fulfill all righteousness, that's why I always try to to stay on the positive side. So, but if you feel like it is time for you to apply, you are ready to apply. Like I said, it is mind. What works for A might not work for B. Go ahead and submit your application for your emergency date.
Okay. Now that there was a time the school called me, and then after our conversation, the lady now said he will recommend emergency date for me. So now that she has, that's what she's recommending emergency dates, like meaning that she's asking you, she's suggesting, she's advising. Yes. Okay.
No one can request emergency date for you. You have to do it yourself or whoever you.
So that conversation now cannot stop me from, maybe I see someone that wants to sell appointment date for
No. It doesn't stop you. It doesn't. Okay. She only advised by the word saying I will recommend, meaning that I will advise you to apply for emergency date so that your dates can move forward.
Okay.
And those that have applied emergency date and the emergency dates got denied, start checking. You cannot turn yourself to night worker and start checking for dates. Sometimes the dates usually come forward.
But do you have anyone that can sell or any link to that?
To dates? No.
Yes.
No.
Okay. No. Then lastly, my last question. When you are asked your job description and currently where you work, I did the same question.
Job description and currently where you
work. Your job title or
and currently. Well, if you are being asked
where you are working,
what do you do currently? I guess you should mention your job title and your job description.
Job description, okay. Yes.
So you answer the question. Even if they ask you what's your job specification, what do you do for the company? Still tell them where you are working, what you are doing, and your everything about the company, and how long you've been working for the company.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Adegoke, read one. Let's have your question, sir.
Thank you so much. I want to ask about the transcript and test scores.
Transcript and test scores.
Yes,
Okay.
you made a point about it earlier.
Okay.
But
what do you mean by transcript and test score?
Yeah, it's been stated in the document.
If
at all. Yeah. That's why I had
for the what?
As in,
is it first folder or second folder? Look, it cannot be in first folder. The second folder is supporting document. The third folder is academic supporting documents. So which one are you trying to?
The second document.
It should be in the third one.
That's why I'm confused too.
Yeah, that's the third one.
Okay. So we've identified that the third one, which is transcripts. Okay. So what do you mean by test score?
With the aggregates.
Your CGPA.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the real question is, if we want to print it out, maybe from the portal, I didn't see where to print it or anything like that. Can we screenshot?
There's a way you can write your advisor to send in your transcripts. I'm very sure there's one I actually checked and I did as a sample. You can actually print that one and use it. Now I get your point. You are mixing it up on the documents. Now I know where you're driving at. Let me go back. Let me quickly share my screen for you're mixing it up. There are actually two transcripts.
Mm-hmm.
There's actually two transcripts. The first one, seeing if I can share my screen. The first one is for online. The second one is for general students. I'm sharing my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, so if you look at supporting documents 2, item number J, where I talked about unofficial transcripts. This is for those that have started their program online. And you are to use this document at the beginning so that whatever impression the visa officer had, you have already calmed it down. You have started your program online. So the visa officer is asking you, so tell me, why are you going to the United States? Oh, I am going to the United States to continue my academics. I actually started online for spring semester, which is January resumption. In fact, this is my transcript. We are done with section 1. This is my transcript, and these are the courses that I've registered for. These are my results for section 1. We are done with section 1. So what you are trying to do is to convince the visa officer that you are actually an online student, like you started your program online. Now, note, you started your program online. People might be wondering, like, what he now says, go and complete everything online. That is why you have to expatiate further with people when you know that you don't even have that luxurious time. So if you ask, so tell me, why are you going to the United States? Oh, I'm going to the United States to actually complete, to continue my academics, my study in bachelor's in computer science or information something or whatever. In this, I actually started online. You say I'm an online student, so I actually started online due to unavailability of visa interview dates. I was supposed to resume January. In fact, this is my old I-20. That's another point. Good. This is my old I-20 that states January resumption. But because my visa interview date is March, which is today, I decided to start the program online so that by the time I get to the school, I won't be lagging behind. You can see the way I've helped you to like construct your sentence. That's the best way I feel you should be able to answer this. If any of us here online knows the best way he can answer that, you are feel free to drop your inputs. That's just to my own best of knowledge. So that you are already showing, you are not saying, I'm an online student. No, an online student, then why do you need visa? That's what it means. Don't forget, for as you are thinking of each question, you are thinking of the negative. Don't think of the positive. Because if you think of the positive, you won't be able to make correction to the way you are going to answer the question. So the other transcript is for general, which is this in academic supporting documents, which this one is the one you use during for the admission. So have I been able to answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Any other question?
No, for now.
Okay. Any other question? You can drop your hands. I can see some people still raise their hand. And Kabir, do you have question?
No, sir, I don't actually have any question.
Okay, good. Victoria, are you good to go now? Victoria, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm with you, sir.
So are you, how many percent ready are you? For your visa, not for me, for your visa.
78%, sir.
So what happened to the rest percent?
Sir?
What happened to the rest? I wanted you to be in 101% ready. So what happened to the rest?
Still working on the rest.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Let's talk about the rest.
Okay.
So what are your fears?
Okay. My fears are, I don't know. Okay, I have a question. Number one.
That's it.
About
Go ahead.
Number one question is if I'm being asked, how do I get the funding? I don't really have a good answer to that.
How do you get the funding?
How do you get your funding?
Well,
yes.
I've never seen anyone being asked that kind of direct question. How did you get your funding? Except
scholarship.
You are complicating. Do you mean how did you get your scholarship?
Sorry, how did you get your scholarship? Sorry.
It was automatic. It's based on your CGPA. It's called presidential scholarship. That's why you have to go with your scholarship letter. It's based on my CGPA. That's what you're getting. It's based on my cumulative grade point average. Well, they don't really know CGPA, GPA, that's what they know. So it's based on my GPA. I finished with 3 points, this. And it was actually their presidential scholarship, which is attached to my admission. As you submit, you can go further by letting them, as you're submitting an admission, as you are given admission, it comes with an automatic scholarship if you meet, if you merit it, rather, or if you meet the criteria, which is your CGPA.
Okay.
So are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Any other question? Okay, let me check online. Can we get the recorded section for this? Yes, you can record it. Where do you classify single mother? Oh, ooh. Let me see that properly. Where do you classify single mother? Ooh. I'm trying to look at the best way to answer that. Because the question you ask, where do you classify single mother? I don't really know what you are trying to ask. You just say, where do I classify single mother? I don't really understand the question. That's just like a team. Then what are you trying to find out from the question as a single mother? What are you trying to, I don't know. Where do you classify single mother? Is it as an applicant, like somebody that is planning to submit application, or somebody that is going for visa interview? Is the kids going with the single mother, with the mother rather, without the husband? I don't really understand the question. Could you please, if you're online, could you please come out and talk to me? Maybe if we communicate, I'll be able to understand, or you can drop a chat to explain what you really mean by where do you classify single mother, or whoever is in this same line, like thinking of this same question, can actually come online and come live on mute and talk more about it. Do I need to upload? I'm coming. Do I need to upload my first degree transcript along with the master's transcript when applying for a PhD? Well, yes, as a student copy, you can do that. Let me speak generally about schools. Yes, you will need to upload that, because that's what the admission officer will be looking at pending the arrival of your official transcripts. And if you're applying to the United States, I always advise the first thing you need to do is submit your transcript for evaluation. That's why you see there's no magic that an HND student is coming in for PhD. Sorry, it's coming in for master's. Sorry, master's. An HND student is coming in for master's, because he or she evaluated OND and HND and was able to use it for masters. Because WES, at that point, I always advise HND or HND students to do WES straight. They classify WES as the best to evaluate HNDs. So the WES is going to evaluate your transcripts, but if you're a master's degree or undergraduate degree, go straight for, you can use Patran for your evaluation. So yes, you should go along by submitting your transcript, your unofficial transcript, pending the approval of your, or the official copy of your transcripts. Thank you for the wonderful session, sir. Mr. Caller, nice to hear from you. Thank you. Okay, for the question of classification of civil, oh, good. For visa application especially, one of the documents displayed is marriage certificate. Okay, is marriage certificate. One of the document displays marriage. Yes, that's if you are going with your family, like your husband. So in your okay, now let me speak single mother going for visa interview now. So single mother going for visa interview. Now I need to ask, okay, let me say, maybe I will answer the question if the family, the kids are going with the mother, or probably they are going in, the single mother is going alone. So let's first speak if the single mother is going alone. Of course, you are going to put in your, once you put married on your DS-160, it will automatically open a portal for you to input your spouse. So, I mean your husband. So you put in your husband, and seeing your kids, let's say you are going with kids now. So let's say the visa officer seeing your kids and yourself without the husband. So the first question is, are you married? So you need to put the first biodata page on DS-160. There's a particular column that will ask your status, married status. So you can put legally separated, or divorced, or widow. So, but if you are married and your husband is not going with you, it doesn't mean anything. So it's still the same thing. So why is your husband not going with you? But another point you might be thinking is, if you are not legally separated and you are still married and you're going with your kids, what the VO might be thinking is, who is going to be taking care of the kids? So if that is your way, definitely you must be ready to channel the answer to someone in the United States. Maybe you have a step with somebody, or you have a family member that will stay there. So you have to channel your answer to that family member. So now let's now say that you are you are legally separated. It makes it easier for you to answer. So let's say you're being asked, so are you married? Oh no, I was married. You use the was. I was married, but now I'm legally separated. So I'm only here alone with myself and my beautiful kids that God has given me. Always use some nice adjective to qualify your sentence or the noun. So my beautiful kids that God has given me. So the concern the viewer might be looking at is, so who's going to be taking care of this? You're going to be taking care of that. There comes, if you want to channel your permutation very well, there comes sponsor. So who is sponsor? Is actually my uncle in the United States that is going to sponsor me. So you can see that you have given the viewer the impression that, oh, definitely if you take those kids to the United States, there's somebody that is going to sponsor, that is going to welcome them, that they can be in their care. So who is going to sponsor? Is actually my uncle in the United States who is going to sponsor me. And you make sure that the bank statement carries, oh, in fact, this is bank statement. He works with, mind you, the person that is sponsoring you is in the United States. They know most of all their banks. You can't say the person that will be sponsoring you is in Nigeria, whereas you are using, so you must be able to know where the person is working and the nature of job. Even if you don't know, permutate it, polish it, clean it, sandpaper it, make sure what you want to put on ground is very, very sound. Like you will say it to your hair and it makes sense. You know they're correct. Let's go there. So that's the best way to go about it. So if you say legally separated, how do you get the document to prove that? So I don't know, I can say that legally separated, of course, that means you are divorced. So there should be a divorce paper. Mind you, you can hide under the fact that since they are not collecting all these documents, off my mic, you can, yes. So get the documents and please, I won't say what I can't. So have I been able to answer the question concerning single parents? I wouldn't say single mother because the father too can actually be a single parent. So any other question? So have I been able to answer your question about, because I want everyone to be on the same page with me and I am able to know that, yes, you guys, you're able to digest the information given to you. So, well, lastly, before I go, before we go to Oladipo Victoria, get set. I'm calling you now. We are having your visa interview section. You're having your visa interview section soon. So before I go, be rest assured that this is recorded. It's both on my iCloud, which you can actually request for the recording, and I'll send it to you free, nothing. Or you can go to my YouTube, just search, I don't really know my username, just search for my name, Nafiu Akim. And probably you might be lucky to pop up and you watch my videos. I'm not doing it for followers or something, it's just for information. So like this now, let's say somebody asked me right now, oh, please, when are you going to train me on how to do this? All I just do is like go to this YouTube, go and watch it. So it's relieved my stress and it relieved me from, except the person wants me to handle them one by one. So if you want me to, want us to have one-on-one training like this, then I can share you my meeting link. So you schedule a meeting with me and my available dates are actually on my site. So once you click on it, it will give me a notification. Of course, I purposely put those dates, the dates that are and time that I know that I'm available. So if you schedule if you schedule an appointment with me, and I will surely be online like this waiting for you to join, and you're unable to join after 10-15 minutes, I hand it. I'll say like, oh, you're not ready. and you might not be able to get me back. So please, if you schedule an appointment with me like that, you want one-on-one training like this, you don't want a group section like this, you schedule a one-on-one, ensure to be there, ensure to meet up with the time, because you are the one that selected the time, not me. I only put my dates that are available. So you are the one to work with my time. So like I said, it's recorded, so you can always go back to my YouTube to watch it. And or you request for personal downloads, I'm going to send. I doubt if I'll be able to send this because you might not. I can send, but I don't know if you will be able to retrieve it. Please, when next are we having the PhD scholarship seminar? Normally we used to have this section every Saturday, but that was before I became an admission officer for the school. So now I have so many responsibilities and I'm trying to match everything together. So I can't really say when, and I won't give dates, but you can communicate with me and we can actually quickly squeeze time, or probably I can do a podcast and post it online and you can go back and watch it. So my kids are actually wanting me, they want me to come, they miss me. So, hey, I'm in a meeting. We are going to stay in the sitting room, I'm coming. So, sorry about that. So, we can actually work towards, we can work together. We can work together like that. So, any other question? Any other question? I've checked the online. There's no question. Okay. What makes I-20 form processing to take a lot of time? There are a lot of factors. In fact, as an admission officer, I will speak as an admission officer there. As an admission officer, we see a lot. Incomplete record, incomplete documentation from the applicants. So let's say the applicants were able to get the documents intact and everything. There are so many factors that could make an I-20 to get delayed. One, note that the school has zero say about I-20. It's from the service. So maybe the verification process takes time. Mostly it's always verification process. So once the verification process is complete, and they give the school go ahead, your I-20 will be issued. They don't delay. But I-20 get delayed if probably your school failed to quickly reach out to them. Maybe they sent for verification or your bank statements or a lot of factors. It is usually verification. That's the main thing that gets I-20 delayed. And sometimes some schools, for instance, let's say you've gotten admission, maybe you applied early, you've gotten admission, you've sent in your bank statements, everything for your I-20, and your resumption is now January. Some schools will not issue an I-20 until later dates, even if you have fulfilled all the I-20 process from your own side, all the documents you send in. If it is delayed and you send a message to your admission officer and your admission says maybe they are working on it, there are 2-3 main factors. One, maybe your evaluation is not complete yet. Two, maybe your later date, the school has not started issuing I-20. So at that point, if you have some friends that submitted the same application together, so you can as well send them a mail or a text or call them that, oh, have you received your own I-20? Oh, I've not received my own. You two have not received. Definitely, maybe they have not gotten to the time, the period of sending I-20, because service also has their rule. There is rule for issuing of I-20. So then immediately they look at the date your school is resuming, they might not put it as priority. That's another thing. So that's part of what makes an I-20 usually got delayed. I think that's all for now. Any other question? No question. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was having the private session now.
Yes, I'm about to start right now. Just 10 minutes.
All right.
10 minutes
All right.
each.
All right.
Victoria, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Can we have your camera on, please? And you have to be in a comfort zone. Treat it as it is being real. Of course, it's not real. But to me, I think you should make it to be real to you. And another thing I forgot to tell you guys is that, please, if the VO asks a question and you don't understand, don't say pardon. Please repeat what you've said. Simple. Please don't try to speak. Can you commercialize or can you don't? Please, I didn't get what you said, or I don't understand, or use the word, choose a very language that you know that doesn't mean another way to them, because you never can tell what the English we understood and what they see as yes to them. So maybe they ask you a question, or you find it difficult to pick their English. I said, excuse me, sir, can you repeat what you just said? Oh, okay. I was trying to tell you that then at that time you should be able to pick. That's why you should stop watching Yoruba films so you can be able to guess. So Oladipo, Victoria, are you ready? Your camera is not on. Hello, Victoria. Are you there? Alanomo, are you ready? Because I think Victoria is not ready.
I'm not ready.
Why are you all scared? Okay, among anyone that is here, who is ready? Let's have it. Debbie, are you ready?
Okay. No, I need to turn on my camera, right?
Yes. And I will need to
Okay,
change
hold
my
on.
system as well. Can you only hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
We can hear you.
Loud
Yes.
and clear.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
So we can hear you.
Oh, cool. Debbie, when is your visa interview?
On the 17th April.
Okay, April. Oh, cool. So, can I have your passport and your I-20, please?
On the 7th, sorry. I'll hand it over to you. There you go, sir.
I can see you're going to the United States. Why are you going to the United States?
So I'm going to the United States for my studies. So I'm actually going to further my education in business administration, tech part of business administration, because my first degree was in business administration. So this time what I'm going to major in is different from what I studied in my first degree. Thank you.
Okay. And why have you chosen the school?
Okay, so it's my curriculum. Out of all the schools I've checked out, none of them actually suited the curriculum I'm going to use to further my job. For the kind of job I do,
where do you work currently?
I work in a company called Geo Travel. It's a travel company.
Give me more information. That's not enough.
Really? Okay, so I'm a growth manager at a company called Geo Travel. So Geo Travel we're into travels, just as the name says. We do flights, we do visa processing, we do hotel reservation. Like your one-stop shop for travel. We do corporate travels to all your travel needs.
And for how long have you been working with the company?
All travel needs. I started working in January of 2023. Before then, I was running my own personal travel business, doing the same travel agent. I was a travel agent. So they liked people noticed my work ethics and how good I put in so much work in doing my own business and wanted me to come and work for them full time. They wanted me to bring the same core values I was putting into my business into their own business. That's why I had.
So tell me, which sponsor program?
Offer and work for them as a growth manager. Sorry, say that again. I didn't hear you.
So tell me, who is sponsoring your program?
My uncle will be sponsoring my studies in the US.
That's it?
So my uncle is into real estate. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so I was saying my uncle will be sponsoring my studies in the US. So my uncle is into real estate. He does bonds and stocks. So he owns like a financial company aside from the real estate business. He owns a company that does imports and exports the vacuum machines. Yeah.
So tell me, why should I approve this visa?
Why should you approve my visa? You should approve my visa because not just coming to gain knowledge. I will also be adding value to the people back here in Nigeria, because once I'm done studying in the US, I'm coming back with that experience to Nigeria to apply it to my job here in Nigeria, to give more value to my job.
All right, thank you very much.
Basically, that's it. I'm just coming back to add value.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm not saying approve or reject or this. Now, evaluate yourself.
Thank you.
I know you never knew you're going to present. I know that you just come up to boost yourself to try to like see if you are truly ready. And there's no harm in trying. I was not so strict with you because I know you are not actually in line with, or let me say, you are not prepared enough to do the presentation. And I'm glad that you're able to come up with something. But for the purpose,
I'm not prepared enough.
I know it's well obvious. It is well obvious, but trust me, with some point, that's why it's very, very good to come up with something like this. We need to do one-on-one communication. You have tendency, but you really don't know how to choose your words. So for the purpose of who Alanomo and others, or everyone generally, see, like I said, you don't need to wait for visa officer to ask the next question before you put it in. Like, you have to quickly be creative and throw it out to him. Now, number one thing I noticed about all your presentations so far within a shot, you can see that it's more or less like the same minutes you will have with the video. You can see that almost all my talking since all this while, your presentation didn't even last up to 3 minutes, right? That is type of the thing you should be expecting. So I needed all the information, and it wasn't interesting to me again, because I can see that you're forcing it. But what do I mean by it wasn't, I had to act like the visa officer. So that's why I feel it wasn't interesting. You must make your conversation interesting, fast and smart. But that's why I said, like, I started with, I know you are not prepared that enough, but I'm going to give you your score. Not to mark you down, just for you to prepare. I won't grade you, but I'll just tell you some of the things I noticed. The number one is, you are not giving more details of who you are. I generalize it, who you are. For instance, why are you going to the United States? I expected you, which leads to the second point, no display of supporting documents. Some viewer will tell you, don't even show me anything, don't bring anything. That's if you make it so obvious that you are displaying something. So let's say the viewer asks you, don't show me anything. There are some viewers like that. No, I don't need to say anything, just talk. I just want to hear what you want to say. Don't feel depressed, prepare for the two. If you ask me, I have it. If you don't ask me, I have it. So in your own case, I never said I don't need it. So I expected you to at least, okay, you're going to the United States for what? Now, from your talk, you said you're going for MBA, right? So what course under MBA are you going for?
Yes. Business administration.
You said?
Business administration, MBA.
Yeah, MBA, I know. MBA has specifications, concentrations rather. So which of the MBA are you going for?
Can you hear me? This call, the line keeps breaking.
Yes, I can hear you. Though it's slow, but I can get you. Which of the MBA are you going for?
Because the line keeps breaking. I'm going for business, MBA in business administration, but my major is business.
Okay, now we will change it. I'm speaking like a VO that knows what MBA is. and as a VO that knows that MBA has concentration. Now, there might be concentration of business administration, but trust me, we all know that there is it. So instead of that, why don't you say, I'm going for my master's in business administration. However, I'll be concentrating on business analytics. It's not stated on your I-20 because it can't. It will only carry your major. Your major is MBA, Master's in Business Administration, and I'll be specializing on business. I'll be specializing on business analytics. I actually graduated in business administration, where I specialize on maybe ethics. But right now, I've decided to further my academics in master's in the same course, which is Master Business Administration. But right now, I'm specializing on business analytics. Because of your current position in your company, I've helped you to fine-tune it. Because of your current position in your studies, in your company. So you must be able to channel your MBA with your current job. And how do they relate? You will now explain more.
My company.
Yes, you will now explain more. Your company and your job role. So that is why I said you're not giving more details about yourself. For instance, about your job. 2, where you said you're going to Carolina University in the US to further your academic, your studies. There was no display of your evidences. Because the VO never said you should not display. So that is that. Then
I lost you for a split second.
Do not repeat the VO question. It's a very important thing that I need to tell you all. You can ask the VO to repeat. For instance, let's say the VO asked, who is sponsoring? You don't go back by saying, so who is going to sponsor me will be, no. So who is sponsoring? Actually, then you go straight to the question, or you use an emphatic stress to go to dilute your words by saying, well, what a nice question you asked me. So talking about who is going to sponsor me, you're not directly repeating what he said, he or she said, but rather you are trying to like moderate what he has said to be able to fit your answer. So to answer your question about who is going to sponsor me, that's another way. So you don't literally repeat what the VO says, so that your boring won't, your answer won't be boring, rather. So the VO will be able to see that your words, your sentences are interested. Another thing I noticed that there was no home tie in your case, and which is very, very important. Very, very important. Home tie is, in fact, is the number 1. So home tie on the other part is where you were asking by the time you come back to your country, it was a late game you are shooting. You should have, when I ask that, what do you do currently? That is when you're supposed to bring your home tie in, that by the time you are back to your country, you will be able to, whatever you learn, and that is why this is very important. Your concentration needs to go in line with your company and your current job role. Then another thing is, if you have decided to use 2 years that you started joining, you just joined them January. I pray it works, but I'm just looking at, they always like, and you're using letter of release. So I would advise you to just stick to one, and saying you just started January, you might be sending a negative signal. I'm wrong. I stand to be corrected, rather. It might actually fly. But I just feel might send the wrong signal. So, but aside all that, don't worry. When you're ready, send me a message that you're ready to have one-on-one with me, and I'll grant it. Thank you for coming. Thank you for trying to showcase yourself. I really appreciate that. So, Victoria, are you ready?
Can I do mine now?
Yes, thank God you're ready. Okay.
Okay.
Before we go, what's your status? I mean, for purpose of those that don't know how you're applying, I mean, can you please tell us your status of your I-20? Are you applying alone or as a family?
No, I'm applying with my family. With my I-20. I already have my family listed in my I-20.
So that means your questions will be different. So that's why I just want people to know that this is coming in a different way. So tell me, how ready are you? So how ready are you?
Let me say 90%, 90%.
Well, you've actually supported before now, I know. So you are very much ready. Okay. I'm trying to look for some question that will suit you. Okay. So tell me, okay, can I have your passports and your international and your I-20s?
Okay. Yeah, is it?
Okay. Okay. Are you married? Oh, let me use the word. Are you guys married?
Yes, I'm happily married with three.
Oh, okay. That's beautiful.
Children.
That's beautiful. So tell me, why are you all going to the United States?
Lovely children. And this is my source. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello?
So tell me, why are you all going to the United States?
I'm actually going to the United States to further my education, as I currently finished my MSc in computer science. So I need to further my education into doing my PhD, because I actually need it in order to get promotion in my work. So currently I'm going to the United States to study PhD in leadership. And I've been offered admission into PhD program, which is to start by 8th May of this year.
Where? They made mention of where the school is.
Hello?
I was trying to correct that because you didn't make mention of the school, the name of the school you are going in the United States. So you must find a way to bring that in. So we'll be starting afresh. Are you there?
Hello?
Yes, I'm with you, sir. So
hello.
I'm going to be asking you the question again, because I noticed you didn't make mention of the school when you were talking about going to the United States. Are you there? So I think his network is really, he's really fighting the network right now. Oladipo Victoria, are you ready?
Okay.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me now?
The network was actually very horrible earlier on.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Okay, I can hear you. So I said I'm going to start afresh because you didn't make mention of the school, the name of the school you are going.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes, you just mentioned United States. So I just quickly checkmate that. So tell me, why are your family going with you?
My I'm actually going for a PhD program in Carolina University to study PhD in family is actually going with me because I'm going for a research work, which is going to take that. So I need them to be with me so that it's going to be a lot easier for me to focus and to be able to finish within the 4 years that I'm being given with the school, to be able to return to Nigeria in order to continue with my work.
So what do you do currently?
In fact, I have letter of release here from the School of Ilorin, and I started working with them since 2014. So I'm still working with them till now as a programmer to have promotion as soon as I'm back from this course of study.
Okay, so since you do all this, you work with the school, you does their IT and everything. Why do you want me to approve this visa? Why do you need this PhD program? Why do you need this PhD?
Okay. If you check my admission letter, you see that I'm actually going for a leadership program in technology. Currently, I'm a programmer and I wish to advance in my career by being able to manage all the technology that is being held by the university. Instead of me being a programmer this time around, I want to actually in terms of increasing my pay and everything. So I believe I should go for that course. So
how do you intend to finance this?
Self and my wife, ever since I finished my my MSc, we already have these at the back of my mind that I'm going to further into my education. So we started saving. In fact, this is my whole statement of account, and now this is to be able to cater for that, so that I wouldn't have issue by the time we are there throughout my course of program. And my wife is also into fashion design. She owns a company and that's what she manages. So she's able to get a lot of income that can support me for my education.
Thank you very much. Well, quick one. I'm impressed by I can see that from my own end, if not for the network that is not giving us a good communication, you just need a little push. You are able to manage your time. You are able to hit the answer. You're able to hit the question to the right answer, and impressed with the way you're able to match everything. But don't forget, you're going as a family. Don't forget our trick. You need somebody, you need an insider, you need a striker. At least I can say that your defender, your midfielder, everything is intact, but you now need a striker, rather not defender. You are a defender. Your wife is actually a supporting striker, but you need a little striker. So work on that. Well, so far so good. I can say,
okay.
So far so good. I can say categorically that yes, you are ready, and if we have a good network, we'll be able to enjoy more of this communication. Don't worry, we'll have one-on-one, and I'm really impressed. Like, sincerely, I'm really impressed. But you just need to expect. I'm very sure you are not expecting the question. The question you were expecting to be the first is actually the one I used to be the last. And that is what I was trying to tell you. That is how it's supposed to be. I purposely fish it out like that because I know you've been asking me some kind of question and I've been giving you the way it's going to be. So I had to pick the one that is least that you believe, oh, it should be the last. So expect something like that. And please, quickly, you need to be more creative. That's the only thing I can say in your answer. Find something to say. Don't, I'm not saying you shouldn't use to start your communication, to start your conversation, but at least rather sweeten your conversation by saying, oh, what a nice question, so that you can easily find a right answer at that particular moment. Okay, so thumbs up.
Okay,
that's the only thing I want.
Okay, thank you. I will schedule a time so that you'll be family together.
Exactly,
so that,
we need that.
Yes.
We need that. We need that. So I will send you the link, then you'll be able to schedule my time so that we can work with that.
All right, thank you.
Victoria, over to you.
Start video.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Oof. Can I have your I-20? Your video is not on.
Thank you. Start the video. Start the video. I'm trying to not figure it out. Start video. I don't know what's happening.
Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. It looks formal, but let's go ahead. So, because I'm actually getting to my limit already, and I wanted you to be the first, but it's good as you the last person. So, can I have your I-20 and your passport, please?
Here you go, sir.
So tell me.
Yeah, it is, sir.
Why Carolina University?
I'm on call. I'm in class.
Why Carolina University?
Thank you for the question. As a bona fide student, I applied to 3 schools and I got admitted in the 3. But I'm particularly drawn to Carolina University due to its unique and flexible curriculum, hands-on approach, which will make me delve deeper in finding solutions to business management, my business managerial problem. Carolina University was recommended to me by my director at work, by my managing director. It tells me how prestigious Victoria.
So tell me, who is sponsoring you?
Sister, can I come again?
So tell me, who is sponsoring you?
Okay, thank you for the question. Aside from my 40% scholarship, which I received from Carolina University due to my high academic achievement, my dad, Mr. John Oladipo, will be sponsoring my remaining deficit. He's a consultant surgeon and he has an annual income of 108 million. He's sponsoring me because he's really impressed by my education and he wants me to fulfill my career.
So tell me, why do you pick United States? Why United States? Why don't you complete your MBA here in Nigeria?
Okay, having my master's in United States of America will give me will give me the required skills and exposure. Having my master's degree in United States of America will give me the required exposure and broaden
and
my
what do you do currently? What do you do currently?
Okay, I work as an estate manager at System Property Development Consortium.
And for how long have you been working with them?
I've been working for 7 years.
So what do you do for them?
Okay, my responsibilities are coordinating appointments for clients, inspection, valuations, hanging. How can I come again?
All right. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for coming. Yeah. You cannot come again. Let me put it that way. Told you to make it real. And this is to show that, yes, you were prepared, but maybe let me say you are ready, but not prepared. Yeah, you're ready, but not prepared. From your saying, I can see you have done a lot of research about yourself, about where you're going. Possibly you cram, let me put it that way. And that is why you find it difficult to switch your words, and you find it difficult to use them appropriately. You find it difficult to use them as a question is being asked, meaning that you've actually been loaded with crumbs, like you've actually crammed whatever you're going to say. And I said it, you shouldn't cram, rather you should do more of practicing. So I would say you need to do more of practicing. We need to have one-on-one like this. The good thing is that your answers, they are superb. You just need, if people will agree with me, you just need a kind of polish, like you just need to do more rehearsal to build that confidence in you. Your confidence is not there. You're kind of like thinking, am I saying the right thing? I'm not. See, forget about if you're saying the right thing, just talk. You just talk. In fact, I could remember that there was a question the VO asked me. And at the point of, when you talk, you find it difficult to even continue your saying, like to know where you have stopped. So I think I wanted to end my conversation also, but I don't know the right word to use. So instead, I just said, so that's exactly where it's going to anywhere in my dream. Well, it's just like the same way we are talking about. I just had to like say, so that's exactly how it's going to write my dream. I didn't my dream. There's no word like that. But because I was confident, I was bold enough to like, I've been saying something good, but at the point, I don't know why I just got casted away. So because I know at that point, I just lower my voice. I've been talking louder, like everywhere we're hearing me, but it got to the. So exactly what I'm saying, I'll be glad if you grant me this visa because it's my dream, and I appreciate that a lot. So something like that might happen. You don't need to. That's why you must have said a lot of important things up before you start saying gibberish. So I said gibberish there, but he was able to favor me. So when the VO now asked you, you said. Maybe he's interested. So by that time, you would have gotten the right sentence to you. Oh, I'm trying to say that he's going to do more in my everyday life. So you've already changed it the same way. So I think we're going to have another section. I'm very glad that you're able to see that you really need more practice, one-on-one practice if you cannot do more like this. So I want you to work on your documents. Today, tomorrow, arrange them. I will offer you another chance like this tomorrow, since I know Tuesday is your visa interview, to have one-on-one with you. I'll take my time out. I will text you my time, and I'll be able to work to let me know whoever is interested to join. To let me know, oh, I'm interested in the one-on-one you want to have. Mr. Alano, you two get ready. I will have the same with you tomorrow as well. I want to give you back to back. So I will give you the time. Debbie, if you are also interested, let me know. I will also give you back to back. We can have it 3-8 times in this week. I don't mind. I just want you guys to get okay. If you're here also, no problem. I will send. It's just for selected people, not posting it out, but just for those that they have visa interview. And so whoever is tomorrow, if you know you are just coming to watch, don't just join. This is for those that I'm ready to train and ask questions. I'll be inviting a couple of friends to, let's say a couple of friends, to also train you guys that I know that they're experienced as well. So I will try to like seek for their permission tomorrow and give you time so that we can able to nail this once and for all. At this juncture, I would like to end all sections, both the life, living and non-living. We started this program 9 o'clock, I guess, and this is 2 o'clock here in the United States. So we spent 10, 11, 12, 1 to 5 good hours. Wow. So I want to say thank you very much, everyone, for joining this section. Don't forget, it's recorded. It's live on YouTube. After that, you can also go back to YouTube to watch it again. So Victoria, you can go back to watch yourself and start laughing at yourself. Don't feel down, don't feel depressed, don't feel anything. It's just for a way to encourage ourselves. As I said earlier on, I'm not a visa expert. I am just trying to use this to assist people and to give back to the society and to guide people, right? And you're free to record, share. You're good. And if you have links, I'm open. So thank you very much. Mr. Caller, can I hear your voice? It's been long. Are you still there, or you're still acting as on the ground? Mr. Caller, can I hear you? Oh, okay. All right. All right. Okay. All right. Thanks everyone for your time. At the absence of no other question, I appreciate you all. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you. Then they give them, we are a